spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend, and I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those, I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on fear, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on fear, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. 'Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on fear, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Tasty. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot,
look up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a joke from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ADG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top ranked will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. we make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There to go wild.
比起他们打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Two of the most feared teams right now will be facing each other here in the lower bracket to proceed to the next round. Again, we are your casters, Giang and Autolus. We are very excited for this because it is the battle of ThunderTalk and KeepBest Gaming.
I'm glad to be back and having the honor to cast this insane series, banger series between KBG and ThunderTalk. For those that missed my predictions, I did say that KBG would end up into the grand finals through the upper bracket, and then my hopes were that ThunderTalk would be meeting them in the grand finals through the lower bracket. But it's quite obvious, Giang, that that's not going to happen anymore because KeepBest Gaming is now on the lower bracket, and we will have the classic, the matchup that I was anticipating to see next week will happen today.
I mean, KeepBest Gaming, they had such gruesome battles over the course of this playoffs. Game 7 series, they lost for the second time against Nova Esports. They won against JDG, but it was a Game 7. It was a clinch to the very end that they managed to overcome the 3-1 advantage that JDG had initially into the series. But ThunderTalk has a different story. It's a 4-0 victory against Weibo Gaming. They had a bit of a close match against EDG, but still a dominating end to actually proceed right now in this current series.
Again, just looking on paper, one would say that ThunderTalk is a favorite team right now in their matchup against KeepBest Gaming. But we have to remember that KBG is the reigning, defending WRL champion, which to me, it's a toss-up. It's really hard to predict what will be the outcome of this fated matchup. One would say that, momentum-wise, ThunderTalk may be able to do it, and then some are saying that KBG is just starting to heat up and is basically now online and will dismantle ThunderTalk. We don't know what's going to happen, Giang. All I know is that this best of 7 may reach the Game 7.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a team that had so many rivals over the course of their timeline, even in the WRL, even in the Huya the Legend Cup. They met with really strong teams. They were challenged a lot of times. This is the same roster that has been, threatened on and on again, but still remained at the very top. And here are their champion pool as well. Very wide, very vast as well. But one thing to point out is their mastery on this as well. The execution that they have been making has been really on point. That's why we have our kind of concerns in this matchup right now against ThunderTalk, because in the meta right now, which is the double ADC, KeepBest Gaming is actually one of the best in terms of execution.
Yeah, the very first pentakiller is on run 9 on that Zeri, right? And again, if it is just going to be a 2v2 between Unrun 9 and Z, and of course the Dragon Laner Soil and Xiaoma, we kind of have to lean towards to KBG by a bit. But again, make no mistake, ThunderTalk is a very formidable team. We talked about them as a team that really has surprised everyone and is overcoming expectations left and right. ThunderTalk, in their last 9 matches during the group stages, was 7-2, right? Like a crazy record. And then starting the playoffs, 4-0ing Weibo Gaming, 4-2ing EDG. Man, this team is just at their peak form right now. And this is really what is scaring me, because it is very possible that ThunderTalk would end up eliminating the champions in KBG.
One of the most scary aspect of a team is them being able to evolve mid-season, mid-series, and even in the middle of the game itself. And this is the primary characteristic of ThunderTalk. That's why this match is so exciting to see. We have anticipated that they will potentially meet at the grand finals, but they meet right now in this lower bracket. And here's the stats as well. I mean, ThunderTalk has been really focusing on the scaling side, especially in securing those dragons.
Sure.
KBG loves accelerating the games, but one important thing to take note is ThunderTalk's ability to actually take the tower first as well. So even if they prioritize the dragons, the scaling, they always find a way to answer back that herald push of KBG.
True, and that will only be possible if you're winning your lanes. And so far, ThunderTalk has been dominating the lanes, so to speak, right? We look at their record: blue side win rate of 100% and red side 4 out of 6 games they were able to win. We also have to remember that during their drubbing of Weibo Gaming, right? When they won against Weibo Gaming, the average goal deficit was 14,000 or maybe even beyond.
Yeah.
And that is unheard of. Like, that's a complete domination.
That just doesn't happen.
Of a team that was not part of the playoffs during WRL Season 1 and WRL Season 2. And now you look at them, they're still being led by this guy, Z, of course, but they're just a totally different beast.
Average time as well, 16 minutes per game against Weibo Gaming. Right now, we look at the mid laners, Andra9 versus Z. This is going to be an insane matchup because Andran still possesses the higher ability to execute this double marksman composition. Z has been known for his assassin champions, but right now, on the double marksman, that might be the only downside that he has against Andran.
For sure, like that's the only thing, right? Looking at the champion pool, both of them are very capable to play the assassins. Both of them are a very formidable mid laner / in-game leader. But I know that you do not share the same opinion as me, because you look at them as a very equal mid laner, and I would understand, right? Especially with the rampage that ThunderTalk has been doing in recent times, but I still feel that Andra9 does have that small advantage, especially looking at his champion pool. He can play almost anything and would be able to win. Z, however, on the other side, has been a master of Swain, and that Swain is going to be our focal point in the first few games, if it will ever be respected by Andra9 and his team.
I mean, that's the most probable next ban that KBG would actually respect, right? Because normally KBG bans away the Volibear, bans away the Ornn, and then they think for some adjustment that they might actually make in terms of respecting one particular champion of their opposing side. And Z Swain is most probably gonna be that champion that they will consistently ban away. But that might actually lead to ThunderTalk being able to pick up the other champions that they are also known for. Because, well, XBuy, really good on champions like the Vi, the Shinzao. It will be met with the priority as well of KBG, the Thun. But I also have some concerns about the Thun on like killer champions and also on his proactivity in a sense. That was met, or that was challenged during their match against Jingdong Gaming. Hopefully, that will be patched up for this match.
Like, simply put, KBG, during the group stages, in where they only lost one series to Nova, we thought that they were the invincible team, right? But lo and behold, here in the playoffs, they are being exposed. And that exposure is so glaring on the jungle side. We know that the Tone has to step up in order for them to be able to advance. I cannot believe I'm saying this. In order for them to be able to advance, the Tone has to do a better work, because at the end of the day, right, like, if they don't work as a unit against a team, against a very hot team right now in ThunderTalk, we could be seeing the elimination of the champions. And we also have to remember, Giong, that the last time that KBG was able to win the whole thing, right, during WRL Season 2, they were up against Weibo Gaming, right? So KBG and WBG.
During the finals, right?
Exactly. Now WBG is already out of the picture. And ThunderTalk is saying right now, okay, who's next? How about we eliminate the champions and we go our way straight to the grand finals through them, stumping them. That's one way to really carve your legacy here in WRLA Season 1.
Team that has evolved multiple times here in this tournament, especially with the introduction of Soil. is just looking so formidable right now. And I can't believe I'm saying that KBG has to be the one to actually step up here to prevent ThunderTalk from creating this upset against them. Because again, KBG is a team that always reigns on top at the very end. But right now, this might be the closest match that they will ever come across. Because again, history dictates the foundation of ThunderTalk is already established. They can take down KBG. They have proven that already. And they want to do it right now.
True. Lots of win conditions for both sides, right? And we have indicated the fact that the mid lane showdown is definitely going to be a key factor and X factor in this matchup. But if in the event that the lane and the mid lane, you know, goes equal, goes stale, goes static, and no one really is in the big lead, I'm really going to circle down the junglers, because we all know that XBY and Datone, they share the same champion pool. We know that they are both heavy users of the Xin Zhao. Their Vi as well also allows their team to really be able to get to a better performance. But we have to remember that XBY also has the Olaf. So at least in that regard, maybe, just maybe, there is something in store for KBG that ThunderTalk is thinking right now. Hey, you know what? If we go through this lineup, use this composition, we will end up winning. We'll end up taking game number 1.
Shamo and Soil as well. It's going to be an amazing one. Let's hear the introduction for our host first.
屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎大家来到
I'm
2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天是季后赛的第12个比赛日，本场比赛将由 KBG 对战 TT。无论是遇强则强的 KBG， 还是从低谷一路杀出重围的 TT， 在这个舞台上都给我们带来了太多的惊喜。今天也是决定两支队伍生死存亡的一战，究竟谁会从败者组脱颖而出，挺进9号的命运之战，让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 KeepBest Gaming 以及 ThunderTalk Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Alora. Today is the 12th match day of the playoffs, played by KBG versus TT. Whether it is a stronger KBG or TT from the South, it has brought us too many surprises on this stage. Today is also a battle that determines the survival of the two teams, who will emerge from the loser group and advance to the battle of the last day of the playoffs. Let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome KeepBest Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming.
今天不想说垃圾话，这样把你们5个当垃圾打。
你说的我好害怕哦，哼，一群小丑。
Concise. This is a match that we have expected to be going on the long run. Not as short as that exchange of words. Definitely this is going the distance, especially that these two teams are just looking really on their good form.
Yeah. KBG has looked invincible during the group stages, but has now shown cracks in their armor, and ThunderTalk is here to penetrate those through small cracks and land the killing blow, and that's just going to be a story to behold here.
In the solo lane, KBG,
two unstoppable
KG,
forces
TT,
right now will clash against each other. Here's the walk of the players. I'm so excited for the finals. We will see our APAC teams, Tigba Galaxy.
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
Short glimpses of
In the
them on the
jungle,
stage during
KBG,
the other
BAT,
matches of the
TT,
CS:GO.
小白。
Just an amazing one.
Yeah. It's all over my social media feed. Coach Vansu, Coach TJ
下面有请双方中路
saying
选
that
手登场。
they are
In the mid
already
lane,
in
KBG, 安仁奈 TT,
in the
Jojo.
premise, right? They were guests, or they actually went with JDG during that day, right? So sharing one bus.
接下来有请双方
and
射
that
手
just
登
goes
场。
to show as well.
In the dueling,
A very good
KBG,
story, because
小
again,
马
we have to remember
TT,
that
Soil.
their jungler and mid laner was part of the JDG Team B back during the pandemic. So it's kind of, it's kind of a story in itself. But more to that later as we discuss this thing that we have in our midst right now. Giang, you did say unstoppable force, right? How about unstoppable force when it needs an immovable object, and that I think is
两支队伍
what
现
we
已
have
集
in
结
our
完毕
midst right
让
now.
我们即刻进入召唤师赛
These two teams
All
are
the players are
just
getting
so
ready.
strong.
Let's start into the well.
I mean, KBG has been no team was able to move KBG from the first spot to any other spots. And right now, ThunderTalk is looking to be that force that can actually bash through them and take their spot down. And this match will dictate it all. Whatever result it will be, it's going to be an amazing one. Two really strong teams again meeting here in the lower bracket. Whoever wins this as well will be the one leading. I mean, waiting to whoever is going to be winning in the upper bracket final as well.
Yeah, lots of pressure on both sides. But again, as we all know, when it comes to this one and dones, right? Because if you lose, that's it. When it comes to all this do or dies, you don't think about the next stage. You don't think about anything else. You focus on the game itself. Right? You try to win one game at a time. And of course, you know, being able to eliminate the champions, if you're ThunderTalk, is easier said than done. Same can be said for KBG, right? With the momentum that ThunderTalk is riding right now, it's just so difficult to really, of course, solve the problem that has haunted many teams in the past. And so now we are going to start the draft. KBG has side selection, and they went for the red side.
It makes a lot of sense, right? During their match against JDG, all of the 4 games that they have won was on red side as well. During their match against Nova Esports, it was a little bit of a mix-up between blue side and red side. But given their better grasp right now, they want to look for what ThunderTalk is going to be opposing first. What champion they are going to be picked up in the first pick. And KBG loves to respond accordingly to get that proper counter.
Wow, okay, so they're taking away Krakas in the Ziggs as well, which means that ThunderTalk has some other priority in mind. Varus maybe, but Varus immediately gets cancelled here by KBG. Swain as a first pick. Do you think we will ever see that here? Because again, if we're looking at the trend as to how KBG does their bans, their last ban will most likely be Foley.
Right, either it's going to be the Swain or it's going to be the Volibear, right? Because most of the time it is the Volibear. But given the interest right now, looks like it's gonna be neither. They're gonna be letting that champion be free for ThunderTalk's taking, and maybe for the first time we can see KBG finally picking this champion up. But ThunderTalk has other thoughts. They say, all right, let's hear for Shen of XBuy.
This is also a strong denial from KBG, because we all know that KBG is a team that can utilize the Shen pickup to the T. They have perfected the Shen composition ever since it was introduced. And now KBG, this is one of your worries. The tone on the Kazakhs is definitely not a side that you want to see if you're a fan of KBG. But if you are, if you are the coaching staff of KBG, it's also sending a message to ThunderTalk. Hey, you know what? Whatever you have, we are so ready for you. And this Kazakhs will most likely build Serpent's Fang as his first item.
Absolutely bash through the armor here of ThunderTalk. They
right
now are focusing so much on the shields, focusing so much on the engage. Every single champ that they have picked up will not hesitate going in. Camille, Rakan, this is just perfect for the playstyle of ThunderTalk.
You go for the Fiora here for sure, right? If you're KBG. Jax is okay, right? Against the Camille. This means that if there will ever be a Hextech ultimatum paired with a Stand United, a Jax will be able to survive that all in. So this Jax will be on the weak side, definitely trying to absorb as much pressure, being that decoy while waiting for the other members of KBG to get online, to get all the necessary items, to have that necessary advantage come later stages of the game.
But I have the concerns though on this Jax pick. As a Renekton main, wouldn't you recommend them picking up that champion instead?
Renekton?
Especially
No.
that there's a lot of shield here on ThunderTalk.
The concern I do have with the Renekton is that it's never going to survive against the Camille and the Shen on top of each other. If you have the Jax, you have Counter-Strike, you have the ult, which means that this is actually the only champion in the top lane that can survive an all-in combo from the Camille. I guarantee you that. Not to mention that SMY could also be there to provide support to the Camille, I really think that this Jax pickup was definitely a necessity on the top side.
I love it. When KBG managed to overcome the gank of ThunderTalk through the Shen, through the Camille, that's when they can strike. That's when the taunt can actually go in and punish every single bit of mistake of ThunderTalk. Wow. Good respect. Big respect on Anran.
3 marksmen was taken away in the second rotation of a ban. And of course, that Swain that we discussed earlier just now, Kiyoung has been taken away as well, which means that KBG would be able to get their priority on the Ziggs. Sorry, on the Corki. Now, Lux hasn't been changed in the patch that we are on right now, right? So if you have missed, there's like a lot of changes on the Lux as a champion that I feel that it's one of the strongest champions right now in the current live servers. But I don't expect it to be shown at least right now. ThunderTalk is going for curveball here, going for Jhin, and going for an Akali. This is a good counter to a double marksman composition KBG is planning to do.
And this is an explosive, again, big investment on being that explosive lineup here for ThunderTalk.
Yeah.
Soil is just magnificent on this champion. It's actually one of the main differences of Soil and Shama's. Shama hasn't actually picked up this champion just yet.
Okay.
He mostly focuses on the Corki, as we do see, and then mostly on the edge. But this time, since they have picked up the Fiora instead, it's going to be a different approach by KBG.
Okay, the power of the red side, right? Being allowed to pick or have that counter pick as your last pick, and KBG is saying that, hey, you know what? We're not comfortable to play double marksman compositions into an Akali, especially if it is the Akali Z, the legendary mid laner from Horizon Cup, right? And so now the safer choice is for them to go for the Jax. I know for a fact that Fiora can win against the Camille on the top side if it's just a 1v1 scenario, but when you have the Shen being allowed to really ride on your back, then it's a totally different story. And just looking at the draft alone, I hate to say it, but it does look like it's a favor to one team, and that team is ThunderTalk.
I am on you on this. ThunderTalk having this kind of composition not only shows mastery on their champions, but also confidence that they will be able to use this draft to take down KBG at least in this first game. Quite an adaptation that KBG has showcased, but it's going to take a lot of scaling, a lot of buying time for them to actually execute this and eventually take control of this game as well, because Fiora, it does take some time. It also has to win the lane. Jax is so difficult to actually fully utilize here, especially with an AP matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And also to note that you cannot really counter-strike most of the damage coming from the Akali, as well as the Jhin, right? Like if the Jhin opens his curtain call, it's not dodgeable, so to speak. And there were instances in where we have seen Unrun 9 play the Jax before that he didn't really have the best at times, and same can be said for Z, right? However, in the totality of the lineup, they thought that they wanted to be safe, and they're trusting that tone to really be that difference maker. Because if this Kha'Zix doesn't go online, it's going to be very hard.
At most, he was able to, win the game, but in terms of impact, it's mostly just side lane control here, KBG, Jax. So that can be concerning, especially that the burst is still real here coming in from ThunderTalk. It's one of the reasons why Gwen is one of those favored matchups against the Jax as well, which we have seen being executed a lot here in the Champions League Asia. And right now, this is again a lot of avenues that ThunderTalk can actually fully utilize. Right now, they're playing things really safe, waiting for the power spikes in terms of level here for ThunderTalk. That's when they can actually land the blows against KBG.
Yeah, I wanted a side lane showdown between KG and Shin. However, we are being, I would say, prevented to see that matchup as of yet, as we see both the Baron laners matching up with the duos. You look at UU now, and this is not as scary, but by the time that the Alistar becomes level 5, then that will definitely be a scary sight.
Oh man, that's engage. SMY just having a little bit of a banter here into the bottom lane. Shama and Yu will be safe. No mana for Shama. I think he has to recall, maybe get the honey fruit and we'll be fine. But top side, this is a lot more pressure on the side of KG. That's a lot of plates that Soil was able to take, especially with the influence of XY.
Yeah, that's 2 tower plates on the top side. I'm trying to remember. Oh, hold that thought and run.
Jin doing the damage here. Onto Anon, forced the flash away from him and the Dawn as well.
Yep, okay.
Will be walking away. That's how scary ThunderTalk is.
True, but that is also the value of the Jax, right? Like, if it was any other champion, that champion would most likely be dead by that time. Right? But because of the counter-strike, also being able to leap strike from 1 point over the wall, it's definitely going to be a lot easier to escape those random death encounters. And if you are in run 9 though, you have to be careful. You have to remember that instance can not happen again, especially with the caliber of a lineup that ThunderTalk has right now. If ThunderTalk ever gets the lead, man, it's so hard to face against them.
The only upside here, I would say, on the side of KBG right now, with the Jax pick, with the Fiora pick, if they get to reach the Jin here of Soil, then there's absolutely no way that Soil can actually escape.
Oh, sure.
Aside from using the flash, aside from being helped by SMY.
Yeah.
But most of the members here of ThunderTalk will be focusing right in front of them. So, again, Soil needs to be extra careful a lot of times, especially in terms of setting up the team fight, because he will be using the curtain call. He will be trying to create some space for himself as well. That's when KBG can actually strike him down.
Yeah, it's much like ThunderTalk is just doubling down and being the aggressor in this lineup. They're not going to go front or back, but rather going all in and try to focus down all those squishing members that KBG does have. Good repose coming from KJ.
Yeah. Just defending this tower in the top lane. You're going to be joining him as well. That is good. That's already a lot of plates that ThunderTalk was able to get, and it's helping them at least get some avenues of gold on one of the lanes, because KBG is still being able to meet their economic needs right now. Actually, they're the ones leading by a small margin, and that is actually a good sign for KBG.
Yeah, and when it comes to the late game, with a Jax fully online, Corki and Fiora will also be a very scary trio for sure. But if you're ThunderTalk, you actually have a lot more easier team composition to execute, right? You go in with the Hextech Ultimatum followed up by all the CCs coming from ThunderTalk. It will just be an easy meltdown on that one member that they will focus down. And if you're KBG, you just have to be careful, okay? Especially now that Xiaoma is being spotted. That package, all they want to do if you're ThunderTalk is to let it expire.
And they go. That's a package. That's a flash as well to try and disengage.
Wow.
That will be enough. Soul gets taken down. Follow-up comes through from XY and SMY, but I don't think it's going to be enough as well. He might fall down.
Okay.
Good use of the Honey Fruit to try and heal back
Oh,
up. Z engages. That's the flash initiated.
All right.
They're trying to chase down Yu, but they focus instead on Xiaoma taking the 1-for-1.
It is indeed a 1-for-1, but I still favor ThunderTalk in that trade. But on run 9 is here to be that equalizer. To knock up.
Wow, that's good. That's a kill. Z picks up one, but has to trade his life. SMY will try to disengage, but will be met with a coffin instead. Advantage for KBG.
3-4-2. Dragon going over to KBG. XBuy not yet done. And KBG going to disengage. Will most likely start the Rift Herald right here, right now. Starting it very explosive. KBG was able to turn the table.
Perfect manipulation on the positionings there in that team fight. Let's check that one out.
Yeah, this is Yu at his finest. Just going in, flashing in with the Proto Belt. Man, oh man, what a catch coming from KBG.
Perfect for KBG. And now ThunderTalk answering back with the pressure in the topside river. No steal gonna be coming through. But there was an attempt coming from Deton. Fortunately, ThunderTalk was able to take it down. But again, they actually go in. Yu might be in trouble. That's the RH charging the mid lane. 4 shots. Okay. Fortunately, Yu still safe.
True. I don't think it's enough to kill him, but that is still a miss. Still, ThunderTalk was able to equalize the objectives. Now was able to get that tower in the mid lane, which gives more avenue or space for ThunderTalk's mid laner our mid lane duo to really be there to support their side laners, because this does look to me that it's all going to be about the side lane, especially knowing that the Camille and the Fiora come late game. Those are the two champions you don't really want to face in the side lane. And in the 1v1 scenario, we all know this Kiyoung, Fiora, of course, should end up winning against the Camille in a 1v1.
And with 2 kills right now in the bag here of KG, he will be dictating whatever happens in that matchup right now against Shin. And that's not a good sign for ThunderTalk. Losing one lane is one of the things that can lead to KBG eventually winning this game. Z doing a really good job. He knows that he can win against Adran at this point in the match, so he will translate some gold for ThunderTalk to actually, try and scale up.
Oh, that's own. Not really going for the Serpent's Fang as his first item buy. Goes for the Dusk Blade of Rakthar instead. And that's okay, that's respectable, but they need some way to really cancel out those shields. They will be spotting SMY. SMY will have to use his ultimate to disengage.
Will be fine. KBG had that opportunity, but the other members are actually too far away. SMY though doesn't have ult, and that means that ThunderTalk won't be engaging for at least a while here in this 8.5 minute mark. No objectives to be picked up just yet. It's still around 40 seconds before the dragon spawns up.
Quite hard to see the tower in our dark mode map. But we have to make do with what we are seeing right now. Looks like that we have 2 towers already being destroyed here by ThunderTalk. The pressure is on still for Z. He was able to get the grand challenge. He's going in.
Yeah, there is the shield coming in from the Shen. There's the help though from Yu. Punishing with the help of the tower as well. X-Spy will just try to disengage. Z is down already, and KBG gets another win.
That's a masterful act by Yu. Again, just predicting that they would go all in and try to kill down KG, being there at the right place and at the right time. KBG was able to get a return kill. However, ThunderTalk, not yet done, will most likely get the tower here in the bot lane. Some extra shenanigans on the top side though. Shin? Oh,
Yu. Good takedown. Soil though might need to fall back, as right now Xiaoma is threatening possibly 2 kills. Does have a flash, but won't be using it for the meantime.
He held back his flash, especially knowing that SMY still has a lot of crowd control in him. We look into the replay here as we see, I think this was the dive that they were able to do against Yu. 4th shot, collector. Was there even a collector for Soil to really collect this? It was actually indeed the trap that was able to get a kill against the Alistar. But that is, again, 2 people from ThunderTalk that was not respected by Yu. Yu has to remember that his health was already chunked down by the earlier interaction. And yeah, those are the things that you just have to clean, especially in this BO7 series.
SMY, that's the shield being used by X-Spy. Not gonna be a good sign here for ThunderTalk, as KBG is wanting to establish control on this bot side river. Threatening for a second dragon. X-Spy goes in, but it gets pushed. Flash in, no steal gonna be happening. The Thon doing a really good job, but KG being threatened here by Shin. That's a grand challenge. Backline though will be breached as Xiaoma uses the flash just to escape. Shen falling down. That's Z once more. Shuriken not landing the execute kill as Z is being met by Anran instead. Gets taken down. KBG answering back. But oh my god, double grenade! That's the burst! Soil finding an angle for ThunderTalk. Now Shin once more kills. The Thon answers back, but just wants to push him away. KBG has won the fight, but ThunderTalk still answering back.
KeepBest Gaming though has 2 dragons, but that was a sight to see. Concussive grenades getting 2 heads for Soil. That's a very satisfying interaction. We look into that replay once again. And we would see here that Z really did his job in trying to penetrate and find Xiaoma. But Xiaoma, quick to his feet, did not use his flash in the earlier interaction, was able to survive this all in. And that, to me, is the difference maker in favor of KBG. But we have to wait for that real highlight of the play. And that is a concussive grenade that Soil went to deliver to the heads of KBG. Look at this. Bang, bang, bang!
Oh man.
Wow, okay.
Perfect.
Love it.
I love it as well. That was a sight to see indeed. But still, KBG, 3 dragons, team fight win. This is not, again, a good sign for ThunderTalk. They have been looking for avenues to turn the tides around, but it's not being allowed by KBG.
Indeed. Both teams very equally matched, and both of the teams does have the win sticking to their win conditions. KBG just wants to scale up. And again, with 3 dragon win condition, it's just going to be a lot harder for ThunderTalk to come back if they ever surrender the 3rd one. So in terms of pressure, ThunderTalk just has to be able to find all those picks that they need. They have some good pick composition, especially knowing that they have the Camille, they have the Akali, they have the Rakan, right? Like, they can easily get one hit in an instant. But when it comes to the 5v5, that's when KBG will be able to display their mastery, especially knowing that KBG, again, with their experience, is just able to do anything.
Next buy, there is the shield. The Thon will be met. That's not a good sign for KBG, but there's a follow-up coming in from Andran and Yuyu. It's not going to be enough though. The damage comes through from Soy still, and Shin survives. Perfect engage by ThunderTalk. The follow-up is perfect as well. They read the moves of KBG, and they take 3
You look
kills.
at Xiaoma. Okay, Xiaoma did get met by Z, but Xiaoma was able to disengage. Now the Baron is open for the taking for sure. No jungler for KBG means that ThunderTalk is just so ready to get this purple worm. There is indeed a ward that can be teleported on. That got spotted, that got dewarded, and ThunderTalk Winsard gets a purple buff to really buff their team.
KBG has been getting the minor objectives all throughout the game, but ThunderTalk has taken the big one, the Baron Nashor now, to establish control on all 3 lanes.
Yeah, and this is again the power of the pick composition. We look into as to how ThunderTalk played this under 9 using his counter strike very proactively, and immediately the response by ThunderTalk is to use the Exec ultimatum with the Shen. This is where they're strong at. This is their power, and one pick really would result into resets for the team of ThunderTalk. It's just so easy to execute. This just goes to show the evolution of ThunderTalk. Like right now, they just know what their win condition is, and their win condition is to get those picks and do not let KBG to group up.
The Thon as well not having the best of time right now. That was an ambitious move that he made, trying to engage onto Shin and XY, right? And that cost him his life, and no resets for KBG. And now ThunderTalk leading the game. 4,000 gold, and this time they can contest for this 3rd dragon.
For sure, the only positive bright spot for KBG has been KG on this Fiora, but this can still get stolen by KBG. If they end up winning this team fight, getting that dragon, that will be boost to their win rate.
The Unbreakable Will going to be casted. Good use of the package to zone out the members here of ThunderTalk, but he focused on the dragon. Who's gonna get it? Looks like it's going to be KBG. Steal with the Taunt. Perfect right now, but ThunderTalk looking for the kills. They want to avenge themselves. The Taunt this time looking to escape, but it's being met with bullets here from the Jhin, and Z will just end his life.
Now the question is, can ThunderTalk finish the job and end this game? We all know the 3 dragons is just too much, especially when it comes to the late game. ThunderTalk just needs to do it now and finish this game right here, right now. They're now trying to open up the base here. Bot lane tower, close to half health. Mid lane tower is going to be the route here by ThunderTalk. What can KG do?
10 seconds remaining here before Yuyu action spawns, and ThunderTalk is now sprinting their way to secure this Nexus. The shields are doing the work. KG as well holding the fort, and ThunderTalk will fall back.
Oh man, KBG was able to defend the Nexus thanks to the big shield. Patch 4.2 again when it comes to towers getting destroyed pre-18 minutes. It will allow for the Nexus to have that anti-push shield. You saw it there. KBG needed every bit of it, which brings me to the next question. Is this 6k gap that we are looking at, the goal difference for ThunderTalk, is it enough to really win against the 3 dragon stacks of KBG? Because in theory, to me, 3 dragon stack is equivalent to 5k. So this game is actually fair and equal, looking at their strong points. It all comes down to execution, and again, My theory about the 3 dragon being the win condition or being an auto win condition will be put to test here, Gian. Can ThunderTalk win against this very scary lineup of KBG right now?
The Thun doing a really good job right now with this Kha'Zix pick to push the boundaries and secure the elemental dragons for KBG. That's something that they were actually struggling against their other matchups, but right now it's looking so pristine. Only one question remains. Can KBG secure the Elder Dragon and finally close this game out? Because ThunderTalk has been threatening time and time again. Even if they lose the dragons, they always win the fights.
Again, in a 5v5, KBG would win for sure, right? Like right now, you have a 3 dragon joining your team. Infernal Dragon is just too much to handle. But if the pick happens, if the Hextech Ultimatum will be able to lock down one priority target, be it you, be it anyone else, it will be very scary for KBG because they have to fight as 5, not as 4. And when you look at the top side, there is a threat happening right now. Shin is really owning the top side despite the goal lead that KG was able to surmount on that Fiora.
Perfect use of the Sand United as well to help him out, and that forced KG back. Tower takedown, top side being threatened by Shin. Again, this is one of the scary things with this kind of composition that ThunderTalk has. They can go for the 3-dimensional play here in this game and threaten not only for team fights but also for side lane control.
Yeah, we're going to look into the teleport enchants as well, right? Because those will be key. Does KG have it? He doesn't. He does have the stasis enchant, which means that if a fight breaks out here in the Elder Dragon, he won't be there to support his team. But if you're KBG, there's no reason for them to start the fight, right? Like right now, they want to prep up the wave before even attempting to start a team fight. The Elder Dragon is now being started on run 9, trying to go back, trying to buy at least a little bit more items to really help them push their lead further. Again, we're looking at a goal lead in favor of ThunderTalk, but we cannot discount the fact that KBG was able to get 3 dragons.
Best dragons as well, right? You have the Ice Dragon, you have the Mountain Dragon, you have the Infernal Dragon. Every single bit in terms of combat is increased for KBG. And eventually, they will be the ones in an advantage in terms of combat as well, because as long as the game goes by, then Andron is going to be good. Right now, Yu is just trying to initiate. Here comes Andron as well, dealing damage here onto X5, but still is met now with a backstab as a Z. Shin executed, but not onto the Khan, but they will get the cow. That's a perfect execution onto Andron, taking him down, and suddenly ThunderTalk took control.
It was never even a 5v5. KG was left on the top side and KBG just easily got backdoored in that clash. Elder Dragon heads over to ThunderTalk, and that, I believe, is enough to equalize the 3 dragons advantage that KBG was able to get. SMY trying to find the strugglers here. KG in the tone has to go back. This 2 big buffs joining ThunderTalk will be just so big for TT.
Oh man, KBG this time around has lost an opportunity to take the Elder Dragon through that surprise position of Z. And now with the Baron, they're looking to be more confident. The Ton needs to jump away. He did, but still is being threatened with a chase. Fortunately, was able to back away. KBG needs to be a lot more careful this time.
ThunderTalk again is now in firm control. Never mind the 3 dragon stacks. If you have the double trouble of the Baron and the Elder Dragon buff, and you are looking at the minimap right now, you will be seeing that Shen is the one split pushing. One stand united and he can join the team immediately.
KG looking for a backstab for his own as well. He's just waiting patiently.
Where's the Elder? Where's the Elder?
Stalls. The dragon is the dragon buff is doing the work as the Alistar gets blown up. Right now they're starting for the end. They want to focus on the Nexus, but KBG wants to prevent them from doing so. It's not gonna be enough. ThunderTalk takes game 1.
ThunderTalk flexes and sends a message. KBG, you may be the champions of WRL Season 2, but this game 1 is ours. And man, ThunderTalk, Dash may be right. Dash may be right. When ThunderTalk was on their way to really get those, very long streak of wins during the group stages, he was one of the first to say that the current form of ThunderTalk can maybe challenge or can even defeat and beat KBG. It's just game number 1 for sure. But with the way ThunderTalk did it, it was so clean. They stick to their win condition, and despite the fact that KBG had 3 dragons with them, the 5v5 never happened. And that just goes to show that ThunderTalk is just so prepared, micro-wise, macro-wise. It was able to outperform and outplay the champions in KeepBest Gaming.
They had like 5-10 layers of strategy laid out in place for every single situation of this game. KBG seemed to be the one taking control, but it's not actually true, as ThunderTalk found an opening and perfectly executed that, as if that KBG didn't have the 3 dragon stacks.
Yeah, and again, this is me. This is us also saying that the lineup of ThunderTalk is just so easy to execute, and we're looking at the 5-man composition of both squads, and we thought initially that it's heavily favored on ThunderTalk. We were right. Like, it's so easy to execute. KBG drafted so reactively. On the red side, it is actually acceptable, right? You flip your composition with the last pick, but I really think that if they want to win, Unrun 9 has to choose another champion. Jax is not going to cut it for KBG. Jax is being used more for defensive purposes, not for offensive. Like, if we look at the damage share or damage chart, I don't think that Unrun 9 was able to really outperform Z in that game, because looking at how Z performed in that Cali, it may look like a one-sided show in favor of Z.
Yeah. Andon was doing a really good job zoning away some of the members of ThunderTalk. He was able to dissuade some of them and actually were able to take down a few of ThunderTalk. But in terms of impact, it's not the Andon that we used to know. It has to go back towards his other champions. But again, ThunderTalk always respecting his other champions as well. We saw the Kai'Sa and the Zeri ban. He hovered the Ezreal a while ago. I think if they picked that champion up, maybe they could have had a different playstyle here in this game.
For sure, but the concern we have with Ezreal is it's a very easy target to the Camille, to the Akali. Camille has to be respected, man, especially at this level of play. In fact, the fact that, you know, the Alistar was prioritized over the Camille baffles me right now, Giang. I am 100% sure that Camille is still one of the champions that teams need to respect regardless of what patch it is, mainly because of the Hextech Ultimatum. Hextech Ultimatum could just easily put the team fight in your favor, and we saw it into game-breaking fight in the bot lane, right? Like, one Hextech Ultimatum on towards the Jax. Jax already casted his Counter-Strike, Shen being there, and it was just easy 1, 2, 3 in favor of ThunderTalk. I mean, KBG has to know this. Like, ThunderTalk composition was built to really get those picks, and KBG did not respect the fact that the Shen will be there to really provide support.
And that's why we appreciate ThunderTalk so much right now, right? The preparation that they have made for game 1 is just outstanding. That makes us think what could have been here in this match. But one thing is for sure, Z is just absolutely insane in this game. Finally, we see the Akali once more, and the playstyle, the execution is just perfect.
Yeah, woke up on the right side of the bed for sure, right? Like, on the Akali, man, was a beast, topping 2k damage per minute, if I'm not mistaken. And also to note, I also love his item pathing, just going and building Oblivion Orb instead of upgrading it to Morello Nomicon, because I really think that it's a waste of money to upgrade it to Morello. Morello is more of like a support item now than than when it was used to be built by all the AP mid laners. So to all AP mid laners out there, if you have the Oblivion Orb, I think that's enough, right? Like, just have it at Oblivion Orb and focus your resources on something else.
And right now, for the fans of ThunderTalk and KBG, hold your horses, sit back and relax. We are just gonna go to a short break. But when we come back, it's game number 2 time.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC, emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner streak, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team
We have seen the first blow being made, and it's from ThunderTalk winning game number 1. Let's see if KBG this time around can turn the tides around and equalize the scoreline. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Kiyoung and Nautilus Peter. Very excited for game 2. I think we haven't seen KBG on their full form just yet, especially after that game 1. They need to patch that up.
Yeah, KBG still chose to be on the red side, so no changes in that regard. But when it comes to ban priority or pick priority, hopefully KBG does end up prioritizing all those power picks that we have in the tournament right now, specifically the Camille, because I mean, if the drafting will remain the same, ThunderTalk will just have an easy good night, or will have an easy night against KBG. We have to remember that ThunderTalk was able to win against WBG 4-2-0 with an average goal lead of double digits, right? 13k, 14k, 15k, and now they ended up winning against KBG, even despite KBG getting 3 dragons. That's also a very impressive way to win game number 1. Oh man, same band still.
Same bands. So we might see very similar picks coming our way. Once again, ThunderTalk will not change what is currently working right now. Shen has worked in game number 1. Xby was extremely confident with his champion and also well executing everything here in this fight.
Yeah, the only concern, if you are going to pick up the Camille if you're KBG, is that it gets easily countered by the Shen for sure, right? Like, you go and use your Stand United to the member that got Hextech ultimatumed. Same draft so far. ThunderTalk goes for the same 3 picks. KBG. Hopefully this time the tone will prioritize Serpent's Fang because they need all those shield breakers.
Yeah, the shield was just too stacked up on the side of ThunderTalk a while ago. KBG had difficulty in taking them down, and also the angles that ThunderTalk were making in that game 1 was just perfect to confuse the members of KBG. Same bans again, even on the second rotation.
Yeah, the only difference is KBG going 3rd pick Fiora rather than going 3rd pick Jax, which means that KBG could just go all in with a double marksman, or put and run 9 on the Fiora and have something else for KG. If you were to ask me what I would favor for their line, or what I would be doing if I was a coach of their line of their team, I would be putting and run 9 on the Fiora and have KG play the Jax instead, like, you know, a reversal of role, because I really think that Unrun, although KG was able to get like 3-0-3, Unrun 9 needs to be comfortable to carry KBG. Same bans, same picks, all across the board for ThunderTalk. How would KBG respond?
Whoa, Twisted Fate? I actually thought it would be the Jax instead, but Twisted Fate is just insane.
Okay, so KBG is now saying that we are going to match you on the sideline. You have a global presence in the Shen, and we do have, of course, the ultimate, the Destiny plays coming from the Twisted Fate. We've seen this work for Enigma Galaxy. We've seen them dismantle, you know, a team macro-wise using map rotations through the Twisted Fate. But I still have the same worry. ThunderTalk to me still has the better draft, because one way to answer Twisted Fate, although Twisted Fate is a good counter to an Akali, right? Twilight Shroud, is basically you pick an assassin. If you have an assassin to counter the Twisted Fate, it's an easy lane for you. And I don't know what's happening with KBG right now, but you know, when all things considered, it's still so easy to execute the draft here by ThunderTalk.
And this is again another target for ThunderTalk. They had a bit of a hard time taking Andran during game 1 because it's a Jax. Whenever he uses the counter-strike, they have to back away from him. But this time, it's going to be an easier execution from ThunderTalk to take this Twisted Fate down. And again, fights will be forced, positions will be compromised, and ThunderTalk has the simpler draft that they can just fully go all in.
Yeah, Unreal 9 has to play it perfect. Oh, by the way, that's the newest Glorious Armada Twisted Fate skin. That is free to claim if you grind your rank games. So you, to our viewers out there, you still have time. I believe the new season will still be with us for the next few weeks, maybe even a month. So is a long one. But again, I mean, Unreal 9 has to play perfect. He does have a very good champion right now compared to the Jax. I really like this, you know, damage wise, mid-game pressure wise. I mean, even during the laning phase, he's showing utter dominance against the Akali. But again, all things considered, you have the Exec ultimatum, you have the Stand United. It's just so easy to execute if you're ThunderTalk.
Just one catch on Andran and he's dead. There's no counterplay to it anymore. You can use the flash, but they can just follow up and chase it down again. KBG needs to be making fewer mistakes this time around, because ThunderTalk, they will not hesitate in punishing those mistakes. Same situation actually happened again. This switcheroo happened for top side. So we can safely anticipate that the playthings again are going to favor ThunderTalk.
Yeah, unless something unexpected happens, like for example, a jungler shows up and does get a kill on one side. One thing positive for KBG, at least during the early phase, is that Unrun 9 is now able to get priority. This is nothing compared or very different from what happened during game number 1, in where the Jax was just not able to do a thing against the Akali laning wise, right? At least now he's able to push down the waves, which means that if there will ever be a skirmish in the early stages of the game, the Twisted Fate will be there to support right away. Regardless of him, being pre-level 5, he's in the perfect position to support the Tone.
And that's one of the way that they can actually answer the rotations here of ThunderTalk, right? Because they have this Stand United, which helped them actually secure some of the kills initially in game number 1. That being matched right now is just perfect for KBG. Hopefully, he will not have a hard time against Z though. This is an opportunity for a push though in the bot lane, since there was a reset mission. But top side, KG, 3-man dive. Will he fall down? Looks like the damage is not enough. He's safe.
Yeah. The 4th bullet was not enough to take down KG. But if you are ThunderTalk, you still like the proactivity, right? Like, they are the ones setting the tempo. Unrun 9, as we said, right? Just because he was able to get a priority here in the mid lane, it's a lot easier for him to respond. Imagine if he was the Jax. The Jax won't be there in time.
D though, it's gonna be fine. He has a Shroud to play it safe here in the mid lane. And despite the attempt of the Thon, well, that was a good one. But again, it's an Akali.
Yeah. Free lane for Z this time. And now, Unra 9 does have lots of attack speed because of that second skill. We'll be able to get at least 1 tower plate on the top side. That's always an underrated skill by the Twisted Fate. Also curious as to why he built Ruby Crystal as his first item. I know that he just wants to play defensively, doesn't want to get all in by the Akali, but like, what will be his item choices then? Because normally if you are the Twisted Fate, you go for Luden's Echo, you go for Lich Bane, and then RFC as your 3rd item, right? Rapid Fire Cannon as your 3rd item, and none of those items does have Ruby Crystal as their component. So, I'm curious.
Will he go for the sustain side? Will he try to survive for team fights instead so he can just continue to influence the flow with the gold card? I don't think it's going to be enough though. And he's going to be threatened this time. Z is waiting patiently. Thought is here though. They should be fine.
Alright, and again, Unra 9, despite him not having mana, not having any defensive spell as well, he stood his ground. He did not even flinch and did not even need to use his flash. Good thing is that KBG's jungler was on the top side, but again, I'm curious as to what he will buy. I think there will be, an indicator sooner or later as to what Twisted Fate... Oh, Rod of Ages. Okay, so he's really playing it safer than normal, right? Rod of Ages is a buy for Twisted Fate if you just want to remain passive. And the stacking of this item takes about 5 minutes or so. So expect that the full potential of this item will not be realized until, the 9-minute mark, which means that ThunderTalk should have the advantage in the early skirmishes.
Fortunately, the Thon as well picked up the Serpent's Fang as a first item right now. So again, they can negate some of the shields here on the side of ThunderTalk. KBG, again, focusing on the dragon. We have seen them stack 3 elemental drakes during game 1. Perfect way to establish control here right now.
Yep, and now Yu just threatening to get into soil, pushes him away.
That's the ultimatum. Good use of the repose. That's the package being used. Who
Curtain
will get
call.
this dragon? It's still the Tom, but the knockup is there. The damage coming through. Yu survives. They even get a kill onto SMY. And now the re-engage comes through. KBG not only gets a dragon, gets 2 kills as well. Z, a little bit late to the party, but still fully commit. Was met by a pulverize and has to fall back. But KG is still there. Will be able to escape, fortunately, but again, massive win for KBG.
And again, KBG is playing their composition as perfect as they should. They drafted this Twisted Fate to have that easy priority over the Akali, and we saw immediately as to how they play that team fight, right? Z was... Contrary to what happened during game number 1, in where Z was able to do a thing, in this game, during the dragon fight, he was so late. He was so late to a point that KBG already had 2 kills, 1 dragon, all thanks to the Twisted Fate pickup by KBG.
It's all perfect. It was all laid out by KBG this time around. They're ready for the engages here of ThunderTalk. Right now, SMY is taking a bit of damage here from the Thon, has to fall back, and looks like it's double objective opportunity for KBG. Shin joins, Yu though is threatening, has the unbreakable will, but it's taking too much damage. That's a steal by XY. Perfect here for ThunderTalk to answer back to get 1 kill. It's now even.
And now ThunderTalk is again presented out the same opportunity as game number 1 to use this Rift Herald here in the mid lane, open up the map, make it a lot harder for Unrun 9. And that's a backbreaker if you're KBG, because you definitely wanted to secure that one out. Immediately, Rift Herald gets summoned here in the mid lane, and if you are KBG, you cannot do a thing about this. Shelly charging in, taking down the tower, and that's again a massive swing of gold and tempo towards the side of ThunderTalk. Let's look into that replay once again and see as to how XBuy perfectly just played this, right? Like, he was pushed away, doesn't matter, walks in, dashes in, and waited for the perfect opportunity to smite it at 1k. Did he just combine the auto attack onto the eye plus the smite? Because we all know that the maximum damage of a smite is 800. It's not 1k. Yeah, so it's a perfectly executed smite, and of course an auto attack for sure.
And untimely for the Thun as well, right? Because the RH was facing him instead. The aggro was on him. That again is an opportunity that ThunderTalk did not hesitate to take. But the kills are coming through to the Kazakhs though. So that is again kill pressure that KBG now possesses.
Yeah. And again, the perfect adaptation is them going for the Serpent Fang. I really do not understand, you know, junglers not... Oh! Hold that thought. Oh, you messed up!
Oh no, no knockback this time around though, so the follow-up wasn't actually there. And now it's being punished. Curtain Call comes through. But the Thun is just holding everything right now. It should be fine. But again, an opportunity this Wade instead, because just because of that one miss-up.
Yeah, he pushed the cannon minion. Slip of a finger. Not something that you expect from the support god in UU. But if you're ThunderTalk, you take those, right? Like, those are the small breaks that you would need every single time out. And just because of that blunder, ThunderTalk was able to get a tower on the top lane. Z also has a free lane here in the bot lane. We'll be able to chunk down this tower. Less than 1k health. And again, the massive tempo swing towards the side of ThunderTalk. They're now in the goal lead of at least 2,000.
And this is why you should not make even the slightest mistakes when you're battling against ThunderTalk, because they will punish you heavily for it. Right now, KG will be met by 2 people. XBuy is here, the flash comes through, and they're happy with that.
True. ThunderTalk, so far, not pulling the trigger, respecting the riposte coming from KG to really cancel out the Hexic ultimatum. But if you're KG, up to how much extent can you avoid all those all-ins coming from ThunderTalk?
Yeah.
Because sooner or later, like, he has to use that riposte, and by the time that he used it preemptively, Shin will not hesitate to go in. So far, we are entering a lull state, and Xiaoma already has picked up the package, which means that Dragon is going to be contested right here, right now.
Infinity Orb completed already here.
Oh no, Shin is dead.
Oh no, that is huge here. Exec ultimatum to buy some time. The shield is still being commenced. He survived for such a long time. And it's okay. Now ThunderTalk though being threatened. That's the grand challenge healing to help the other members of KBG. Z forced to go back. The gold card is there. The slow did not connect though. So he should be able to escape. It does connect the very end. Will you go in? He does. The healing though is just perfect. But the spikes is there from the Thun. That's now 3 kills that KBG was able to take. Xiaoma doing a lot of damage. And Reason comes through. The Thun can jump. He doesn't. But XBuy is the only one left.
That's 4 people that KBG was able to get just because Shin's pathing was definitely not the right one, right? He pathed towards the dark side of the map, did not expect the Alistar to go all in. And if you are the Camille, you're not tanky enough to really survive this engages. Although at one point, I mean, there was that destiny on top of his head. Like, oh man, he was spotted all throughout the time that he was walking in, and immediately the response by KBG is to just take down whoever was in front of them. One by one they go down, and one by one KBG was able to get the kills.
Too much resources was spent on Shin just because of that one big mistake. And the casualties are huge as well. That way, KBG was able to secure 4 kills. That's just insane.
Stand
right
United?
now, Soil being used to Stand United this time around. Andaran is going to be in trouble. That's everyone on top of him, but still was able to escape thanks to
Curtain Call?
Z is now here. Curtain Call as well. This weighing every single member of KBG. They are slowing them down. They should be fine. ThunderTalk still is okay.
And again, the decision making by Unrun to not really go over greedy damage-wise and go for Rod of Ages and also Stacy's Engine immediately after buying the first item is a testament as to how good this player is. He's not just good micro-wise, he's also good when it comes to decision making. He knew right away that the only way that he dies is if he gets Hextech Ultimatum. And immediately he buys the perfect item to counter that as early as 11 minutes or 10 minutes, and just because of that play, he was able to survive, and no casualties for KBG whatsoever.
ThunderTalk looking for more opportunities though. They're not satisfied with the position that they are in right now in this game. KBG is the one leading the gold. Very contrast to how it was in game number 1. KG matching this hour up without any contest is just perfect to extend this lead.
Yeah, this is on patch 4.2a, in where this is the Hullbreaker in its full potential still, right? Like, we have to remember on patch 4.2b, it got nerfed very hard. But here in this patch, Hullbreaker is still a good item buy. And yeah, right now KG is maximizing every bit of it, especially on the Fiora, to get the tower count towards their advantage. Now, if you look at the goal lead, it's almost equal. Like, it's a level playing field between the two.
Oh, Z gonna be threatened this time around. Perfect use of the Destiny still being spotted out. Tries to heal.
Okay.
Gold card connects. One more auto attack should do the trick. But Z still survives and has the shield. The Ton is dead.
Damage.
That's a double kill for X by. Oh my lord, that outplay was just insane. No damage, yeah, from the Twisted Fate. And another opportunity for ThunderTalk.
They're spotted on a ward though, and you can engage anytime. Chin
will try to back him up. That's the grand challenge being used. They are trying to back them through, but they are still better in terms of numbers. And here comes Z. Indeed, gets the kill, gets 2 kills picked up. Now Shama's the only one left.
Yeah, one Corki can do massive damage, but one engage can easily end up killing this Corki. Where's the engage? Exhaust being used onto Soil, teleports coming in, and Shin being targeted by the Corki. Baron already secured.
He's buying the time, and now here comes the punish. They try to go on the Thon instead. Turns onto Xiaoma. Will actually fall down. The answer is no. They get the Shen instead. Curtain call good news. SMY looking for an avenue where he can go in. But looks like they're going to be happy with what they are able to take. Still, the Baron secured by ThunderTalk is just perfect here for them.
Yeah, it all started with one glaring problem. That is Twisted Fate's damage. You look at his items. Rod of Ages plus RFC. No damage at all. And, you know, Z surviving all of that was because of the build that was built here by Unrun 9. You cannot fault him. He needed to survive. But, you know, at that time, he needed more damage for sure.
It's more of a utility champion that has a little bit of sustain. And now it's being threatened once again on the third dragon. That's a stasis. That's a steal here by KBG. They will secure the third dragon, but still, they need to fall back. The damage is coming through from X5. The rest, as Z finds the opening, gets the double kill as well. Soil dealing the damage on the backline, chasing KG. But will be met by the Thon. He should be very careful. There's a knock. There's a follow through. Will Soul survive? The answer is no. And KBG survives.
Okay, but 4-man strong here in the bot lane. Soil being overconfident and was too far away from his team. Immediately got punished by KBG. 3 versus 4. But with the Baron empowered minions, can they do it? Can they push down this tower in the bot lane?
Tower falling down quickly and swiftly. KBG, they cannot do anything at this point. They have to give it away.
The only positive for KBG is, again, they were able to get a second dragon out of the game. That's the Ocean Dragon. But we look into that T fight. Massive engage coming from SMY again and again and again. That Hextech Ultimatum is going to be a problem for everyone, right? Like, I mean, what do you do? There's a Hextech Ultimatum locking down one member. At that point, the formation of KBG already got dismantled, and ThunderTalk, their pick composition, similar to what happened during game number 1, has proven to be a very superior draft. KBG again went for the Twisted Fate, was doing good in the first few minutes. Like in the first 11 minutes of this game, they were doing so good. But because of that blunder on the top side, in where there was an overestimation on the damage of Unrun 9, they got punished and punished hard.
And now they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones right now being pushed to their limits. SMY though taking too much damage, and Esports a little bit back.
Call again.
zoning them out. Yu is there for the pushback. KG has used the Grand Challenge already, so that's big ulti no longer available for KBG.
Yeah. It will be on cooldown for the next 60 seconds or less. But ThunderTalk again, this Jhin pickup by them has been so integral for them as well. Because, I mean, Soil can engage or can just open up the team fight from a mile away. No threat whatsoever from all the other members of KBG because your front line is also as scary as you. Like, there's damage coming from the Camille. Even the Shen can, have a decent amount of damage. Not to mention that the crowd control coming from the lineup of ThunderTalk is just all across the board superior to KBG. It's not yet over for KBG though. But
not yet over. Yu gonna be fine still here. KBG needs to overcome this. They need to find the avenue. They need to find a counter position here against ThunderTalk, but it's still going to be extra difficult. ThunderTalk right now, the space of the game, still able to get this third dragon away, or at least one stack of the 3 dragons that KBG supposedly was collecting is now being threatened for the possible final fight right now, because Elder Dragon is available. KBG needs to be extra careful. They cannot give this away this time.
Package being used, and I'm back here, Kyung, and like right now, again, ThunderTalk is just maximizing everything that they can maximize on the map while starting the Elder Dragon.
Fiora's dead.
But if you're KBG, you can start to really challenge this right here, right now.
But you don't have the Fiora this time around. Z took a bit of damage, has to use the stasis. Sham still free hitting, and will be fine. Destiny comes through, but Shin is pushing onto the top side. They need to stay there. Andra needs to stay there, and ThunderTalk knows it fully, and they're pressuring out for the Elder.
KG being dead is a big blow towards KBG. And so ThunderTalk with the teleport play, they just want to secure this Elder and finish it right here, right now. Can KBG contest?
The Thon is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, but they actually turn onto KBG. Yu is dead! No more pushbacks! And now they need to escape. Zito will get taken down, doesn't have the stasis anymore. Soil as well is very much low. The cards are coming through, the punches are coming through from KBG. Resets. They're chasing them down, the resets are here, yeah! And Andra pushing the front. Shamu is there as well. Oh no. X-Buy, can you go with a steal? I don't think it's going to be possible this time around. Suddenly KBG took full control.
X-Buy still being alive is a threat by itself, but no! It does get secured by KBG. Elder to them.
Stasis gonna be used. Shama is angry. He wants to get the kill this time around. Gets 2. The jump around. The Ton kills him as well. And ThunderTalk is met with casualties.
Oh man, ThunderTalk just got over eager and went for the turn, even though, you know, the members of KBG was so far away, and immediately KBG was there to punish. Resets happening, Nexus going down as well.
Here comes the flash, but he focused on the Nexus. It's not enough anymore. You make one mistake and KBG takes it away.
Oh man, that's a big blunder. That's a big blunder for sure. Like, if you are ThunderTalk, you know that you had the game in the bag, but we have to give credit to the Tone in that clash, right? Like, in that decisive clash, like, his Kha'Zix was able to find the resets, and although he wasn't able to kill Soil in his first jump, immediately he knew that if he got locked down and if he got killed right there and then, it will be very problematic. So the safer play is just to chunk down Soil and leave the other members to finish the job for him. And again, like, we have been very critical of the Tone's Kha'Zix, right? Like, his Kha'Zix is not as perfect or not as flashy as the other Kha'Zix users that we have here in WRLA. But when it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to knowing who to pounce and who to target, when it comes to team fights, the Tone still delivers. And it just got encapsulated by the fact that he was able to dodge the Exec Ultimatum using his stasis, right? Like, so, yeah. I mean, KBG was so good in that game. But, you know, the fact remains, like, ThunderTalk knew that they had the upper hand. But in that one mistake, they got reversed.
Big mistake. And props to KBG, despite having that 4 versus 5 situation in which they lost KG in the top side, was still able to take control of that situation. ThunderTalk got too greedy, Because I thought they're gonna be baiting them in that Elder Dragon fight, but they turned too early.
Yeah,
the positionings were compromised as well.
For sure, and it's not just the timing that was really baffling me right now or puzzling me right now. It's also the distance in where they had to travel to really go for the turn. We have to remember that the clash happened right around the tri-bush already, not even in the choke point that is favorable to them. So to them, what they wanted is to really get that tone, not risk the 50-50, which is, of course, a good play. But, I mean, looking back, all he had to do is to just have SMY be prepared for any of those engages coming from the Kazakhs from a mile away. And sometimes you just have to trust XBuy and his smite skills. So far, I mean, in all those objective team fights, I would understand why ThunderTalk went all the way or went over protective of the 50-50. It's because that tone has been securing objectives left and right. Like, of all the dragons that we have had in this game, there were a total of, I believe, 8 already, right? Like 8 dragons or 3 elemental dragons all got secured by KBG during game number 1, and then on game number 2 it was 2-1 in favor of KBG. And that is not just because of the smite effect. It is also because it's a Kazakhs that we're talking about. Similar as to how KT Roser Y plays the Kazakhs, it's more of a securing jungler, not really an assassin, a jungler. So again, combining your taste their fear with a smite just allows you to be able to execute those primary objectives so easily in your favor and your team's favor.
Had it been ThunderTalk being a little bit more patient, right, that the results could have been difficult, the outcome could have been difficult, but the fact still remains the same. KBG will be the one securing, and it's Xiaoma with a massive damage being dealt all throughout the game, very consistent as well with his Corki, will secure the MVP.
Yeah, he was so stable. During the Baron fight, there was no hesitation at all by him to at least still try to contest. The only time that he got picked was during the Dragon fight, in where we saw he got piled down, right? Like by the members of ThunderTalk. The drafting adjustment by KBG has been commendable. There was just one play in where there was an overestimation by Unrun9 on his damage, but outside of that, like, it was all KBG, right? Like KBG really has read everything in game number 2. So it is now on to ThunderTalk as to how they're going to adjust their playstyle against them.
And we'll see what they are going to be doing for game number 3. We'll just go into a very short break. We are still our casters, Kiang and Nautilus. We'll see you in a bit.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ADG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds
Mistakes were made that shouldn't be repeated because the punishment is just real. KBG this time around has equalized the score. It's now 1-1. Let's see who will get the lead in this game number 3. We are still your casters, Giang and Nautilus. We're excited for game 3.
Game number 3 will definitely be a backbreaker for both the teams if it ends up in a loss for your squad, especially with what happened during game number 2 in where ThunderTalk, of course, knew that they were one Elder Dragon away from winning that game. KBG, however, on the other side, is still very formidable. The Tones Kha'Zix has been criticized over and over again by not just me but also the other casters because of its how should we say this, Giang? It just does feel to us that the Kha'Zix of the Tone does not have enough fangs in it, right? Like it just doesn't show off too much. Anyway, there is a massive change here by KBG. They're taking away the Shen and allowing the Camille to go through. So Camille is still going to get prioritized here by ThunderTalk. What will be the response here by KBG? They can go for the Jax this time for sure, right? Like,
Still possible Alistar and Kha'Zix pick up again for the Tony. Has been very stable. Even if the fangs aren't as sharp, right? He uses it pretty well to help the members here of KBG nonetheless. Especially in objective taking, still better than Xby. But this time around, looks like Xby wants to be that enabler of the team and expand the horizon here for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, Jace is also open, but ThunderTalk has prioritized to go for the Camille, Wukong, and Rakan. Oh man, this is a heavy 5v5 this time around by ThunderTalk. Although the pick composition will still be there because of course, because of the Camille. One must say that the layering of crowd control and of course the AoE covered by all the skills should scare KBG by a bit. But the response here by KeepBest Gaming is to lock down the Aatrox. And this Aatrox should go to Daton, so no Kha'Zix in game number 3.
This is so similar to how KBG responded when ThunderTalk didn't have something like a Garen in their lineup. When they picked up the Camille, when they picked up the Wukong, instead they immediately responded with this Aatrox pick. And KBG will have first pick selection, first pick priority as well after the second band rotation. That way they can actually, maybe just get one more champion here for Andran. Maybe even go for the double ADC this time around.
Yeah. Oh, Zeri. A very pivotal pick for both sides. We all know that Zian on Run 9 does favor playing Zeri more so on Run because this is the champion and where Unrun was able to get
He
his
loves this champion.
pentakill. Yeah, like he plays this champion so different to what I'm accustomed in seeing. Because normally, once a Zeri get picked, you would say that hey, the early game damage isn't going to be there, and we can be hyper aggressive. This is an expected response because you cannot really give away the Ashe over to Xiaoma because again, the threat of the double ADC or double marksman is there for KBG. However, this pickup on the Akali, what would be the response? Huh? Okay. So they needed the utility. So instead of playing the Karma, they went for the Morgana, which is definitely a moment. Because you don't often see Morgana nowadays, right? Because it doesn't really present or give you a lot of damage. However, when it comes to being able to buff off your team, that Black Shield will allow for your Aatrox to be a little bit scarier than he should be.
Soul Shackles will be key as well in this team fight against ThunderTalk because KBG knows they are gonna go in without hesitation. But if Xiaoma lands those Soul Shackles onto them, pin them down, that's when the Thun, Anran, and KG can actually pop off, layer it down for the rest of the team so that they can serve and execute the members here of ThunderTalk.
Yeah, we saw this once before with NGX. They went on to draft the Morgana as a replacement for a Karma, but like if you were to ask me what champion I would prefer, Karma or the Morgana, like the immediate answer will be Karma right away. Yeah, because the damage of Morgana is so negligible, especially because you can just avoid it by not stepping on the tormented soil, right? Or tormented shadow, as we call it here in Wild Rift. But if anything, like the layering of crowd control for KBG is definitely going to be there. So expect that a lot of ThunderTalk players would go for the Perseverance rune. To those that are curious as to what Perseverance is, there you go. I mean, two of the members does have Perseverance. That's going to be the Wukong and the Rakan. It gives you 10% tenacity built in, and it also gives you additional armor and magic resistance on the very first hard crowd control that hits you. It's actually a good rune, in my opinion. That's also something I flex in my rank games, especially when facing against this heavy CC team.
ThunderTalk gonna be needing every bit of resistance, especially against the crowd controls here of KBG, because if they layer it down, it's so hard to maneuver around in a team fight, especially for Z, because he doesn't have that Perseverance. If he gets hit by one, the CC chain will be there.
There is also a note in where Xiaoma did choose this Black Shield user or Morgana to be that Black Shield towards the champion that will get attacked by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Right? Like you see from a mile away happening, you can immediately cast the Black Shield because we all know that it can be casted real time. There's really no animation when it comes to all the shields that is being casted by the utility supports. So that's also one of the reasons why they went for the Morgana instead of the Karma.
Instantaneous utility here for the members of KBG. And it's going to be very important for Xiaoma to connect those Dark Windings as well later on. Maybe if they get like the cash onto SM, at least SMY, that could be key, because oftentimes we see SMY getting caught up a bit. Yeah, this guy is just an absolute monster on this champion.
It's this is also on the Project Zeri, right? Like this is a skin Wild Rift exclusive skin. So to all PC users out there and are enjoying Wild Rift Esports, it's not available into your shop. That's because it's only exclusive here in Wild Rift. But I've heard that some of the Wild Rift exclusive skins are already getting developed towards a PC version as well. So yeah, sooner or later maybe we will be seeing PC Project Zeri.
7 wins and only 1 loss on Andran on this champion.
Sure.
The only time that he lost a game with the
When was it?
is against JDG Game 3. 3 champions on KBG actually had 100% win rate. Fiora, the Ashe, and the Zeri.
Yeah.
But they won. JDG won that. And right now, they're looking to redeem that again here, since they do have 2 of the 3 champions here in this game as well.
That wasn't really a dominating win by JDG, right? Like, how that thought, that's an enchanted crystal arrow. Immediately gets avoided here by Unrun 9. What he cannot avoid though is the pressure being put on by Z. And again, this matchup between Z and Unrun 9 has been our primary focus in the series, and rightfully so, right? We know that Unrun 9 has surpassed Z as the mid lane to look out for here in WRL, and now Z is here to try to reclaim his throne as the best mid lane.
I kind of got confused there, since we also don't see Z when he goes on that shroud. KBG just gonna be backing away whenever Z threatens alongside with SMY. They know that it's not yet the time for Andran to go in, especially with this really long time scaling champion. But Thon is here. It'll be fine.
Yeah, ult got invested here by Unrun 9. Enough wave clear to dissuade any push attempt by ThunderTalk, because we have to remember this Rakan by SMY, it brings demolish with him, and we have seen this over and over again, that he will try to be extra cheeky, get those plates in for his carries every once in a while. And yeah, just by being able to wave clear your lanes properly, it prevents this SMY tactic that we've seen over and over again.
I'm actually a little bit scared for ThunderTalk, especially with this Aatrox pick off by the Thon. It's one of the reasons why they won and got a really good restoration of the momentum against JDG. And the Thon actually is really good on this champion too. The only upside here for ThunderTalk is that they do have the Akali for Z. So there's still that executing damage that they can use to take this down.
Because oftentimes, whenever faced against the Aatrox, you have to combine crowd control with burst, and both of them ThunderTalk does have. The only caveat there is, of course, this Morgana pickup. How effective will the Black Shields be? Because if the Black Shields right now in its current state, in its current form, isn't really that impactful in my opinion, because the Black Shield is just so easy to burst down. It's so little in shields, but however, hold that thought, KBG.
They're looking to interfere, but this time they don't have the consistent damage of Xiaoma. It's more of the burst, so we see the impact immediately of this one change of champion.
Now ThunderTalk, first to the Dragon department, and so KBG wants to at least get an evening. Rift Herald, ThunderTalk, Z is here. SMY going for the engage.
You double knock up. Andran is here for the free hit this time around though.
Oh, SMY survives.
Okay. But still, SMY is okay. That's a Cyclone just for the disengage, and XY will be fine too. No RH. ThunderTalk took the Dragon. Looks like it's gonna be the reset here for KBG.
But the World Ender is set to expire soon. So XBY and company would still threaten this steal by XBY. KBG 5-man strong. Oh, Yu!
With the flash, they secure the kill onto SMY, and now
he's
answering back a 1-for-1. The damage is so real for ThunderTalk, and KBG, they've met with more casualties this time.
So KG, will he be able to recall in time? Oh man, XBY. Oh, okay. Execute. Okay. All right. But that still is a delayed tempo towards KBG. Were you able to catch as to who was able to get the Rift Herald? Because that missed my attention by a bit. Because I was looking at the series of plays being made here by ThunderTalk. Of course, they focused down on Unrun. Unrun immediately got killed. And then that is just an easy execution by ThunderTalk. Oh, it was that Tone that was able to get the Rift Herald. So it's not quite what happened during game number 2, in where the Dragon went over to KBG and then ThunderTalk was able to get the Rift Herald. So yeah, right now KBG would be using this Rift Herald effectively to just bend their gold further.
Unrun Getting threatened one more time. It's
Okay,
gonna be fine.
there you
Fortunately,
go.
the Thon was able to actually get that R8 right. So now
True.
they were able to at least get some plays, channel the gold onto the Thon as well, and will help his snowballing and
Yeah.
scaling factor as well.
But do you really want to give it to the Tone or Unrun 9? Because, like, at this point, you need every gold onto your superstar mid laner, right? Like, he will always be that late game win condition for them and for their squad. And some why meeting with Yu and just exchanging some pleasantries. Oh!
Battle.
Black
Arrow.
Shield!
Oh, good use of Black Shield by Xiaoma. Very proactive. SMY this time is gonna get caught, but it's not met with much damage from Xiaoma and Yu. So it should be fine. Wow, that took so much time, but Z finally gets that 1v1 kill against Andron. Bot side though, KG will be met by 3 people and should fall down. Perfect timing and execution by ThunderTalk.
Mid lane showdown is now favoring Z. We did say that Z is out here trying to reclaim the throne as the best mid laner in CN, and so far, so good for him.
Battle of ADCs this time around, or Dragon Laners. Xiaoma losing a bit there, since it doesn't really have that consistent damage, so it's gonna be fine.
Didn't even have to use the flash, but this is the massive swing towards ThunderTalk. This Unrun 9 pickup of the Zero, we all know how confident he is on the champion. Another arrow going to connect. No! Very slippery is Unrun 9. But again, the issue continues. Unrun 9 is not going to do a thing against Z, especially with the amount of gold that he was able to get in all those team fights that he was able to win.
Like SMY was still able to go back into the base. Tower gonna be falling down in bot lane. He's staying in top as he waits for Soil and the rest of ThunderTalk. And patience plays.
Run again.
This time around, it's being threatened. Z is hiding under the shroud, waiting to kill him for the second time. And the Thon finds only shadows right in front of him.
0-3 and 1, and Run 9 had to fix his seat. Because rightfully so, like right now, Z is just saying and is in full control of this mid lane mano a mano. Like 2 items already completed for the Akali. This is a matchup nightmare for the Zeri. Like every time that he sees the Zeri, he will just go in.
Yeah, twice in a row, ThunderTalk having more opportunities right now across the map, especially with the win now. It's well established that Z can just easily take down Andron, especially that he was able to take him down twice. And now KBG has to group up, but so does ThunderTalk right now in this Dragon.
ThunderTalk is, pull that out, that Tone.
Next the ultimatum, gets the burst, and the Aatrox is dead, the Taunt is dead, and now Z going right in onto Xiaoma, but actually focuses more on to Andron 9. Yu gonna be in trouble. Slash into that sweep, and we will fall down. That's a shuriken flip, and down he falls. ThunderTalk cleaning everyone from KBG.
ThunderTalk! With the way things are going, we could be seeing again a 10k gold deficit victory towards their side. As early as now, you're now grasping as to what they are capable of doing with their lineup. They would be winning the side lanes, they would be winning the team fights, and they would ultimately win the game. Let's look at that lineup. Let's look at that replay once again. That enchanted crystal arrow connecting onto that Tone. Aatrox cannot move, Aatrox cannot breathe, Aatrox cannot live.
And the follow-up as well, the confidence from ThunderTalk is just so good. And Andron cannot play in this game. It's always being met by Z, and every single time that their eyes connect, Andron falls down.
Yeah, I tell you, like 0-4 and 1 is unheard of whenever we see Unrun play this champion. It all started with that assassination on the top side. It just continued from that point on.
The Thon will be passing this World Ender, but he cannot close the distance. And every time Z is there, they should always be cautious.
Cannot really outdamage the Akali right now with the amount of gold that he has. He's so accelerated. SMY is here.
SMY will be met by the tower instead and will fall down. Perfect use of that push. And Yu gets that outplay. Shin is going to be in trouble. The Thon and Andron are on their way. This is
going
still
for the
a
chase.
Camille.
Let's see. Can they do it?
They should be able to do it. Hook shot is a bit of a long cooldown, and Andron will be helping them out as well.
Yep.
But what's different though is the response by ThunderTalk. Again, late pressure on top side, and again vision on top side river as well.
There wasn't even an attempt to help their Baron laner, right? Like, oh, too bad, you're dead. ThunderTalk just went on to defend the mid lane and put on the pressure on the top lane. They knew immediately that that long lane was already a doom for Shin. But again, if you are ThunderTalk, never mind Shin, never mind the other members, what they have to be really proud of this game is that Z was able to get a lot of kills on towards the leader of KBG on run 9, 3-0-4 on that Akali, closing in on the third item for the Akali, and it's just going to be an easy snipe down. Not just on Unrun, like but also to other members for sure. Oh man,
we saw how quickly Daton's HP got deleted a while. That's because of Z.
This is a career game, and a message being sent by ThunderTalk's mid laner as well. Oh, X-Buy could just easily die here. Okay, luckily Daton's dash was a little bit too late, and X-Buy just trying to steal. Jacker Cristallaro misses.
Doesn't connect though. Cyclone has been used though by X-Buy, and that's again possibly an opportunity here for KBG. Anran starting to accelerate. They want the free hit, but Z presence is being felt, and now they turn. Yu's gonna be dead. KG gonna be the next target, and he has to fall back, has to flash. Anran is still being able to free it. Jumps right around, but Z is ready for the trap and kills him immediately. And now the Ton is gonna be in trouble. Z is there, connects the shuriken and gets the damage as well. You should never face Z, because he will kill you off. Triple kill already, but it's Assassin, the best mid laner right now in this game. And ThunderTalk disways KBG.
The one-man wrecking crew, the once crowned king of the mid lane, is starting to show off again in this series. ThunderTalk's mid laner Z getting 3 kills in a sweep. And again, regardless of how good KBG is playing the team fight, this Akali is a problem. Let's look into that replay once again. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not connecting, and all those ultimates missing its mark was a positive for KBG. But whenever Z enters the fray, whenever Z enters the fight, it's a problem automatically. Goes for Xiaoma, misses the Shuriken flip. It doesn't matter. He will still have enough damage and was able to zone away Xiaoma. Anran 9 dashing in, not respecting Z at all. No man, you can't do that. Not in game number 3.
Every time he connects the shuriken, someone dies. That's how insane Z is with this champion. The damage is just too much for KBG to handle. And now third dragon being threatened.
Yep. I mean, you look at Run 9, he has to go full circle just to be able to cross the lane, because he knows that Z was there waiting to assassinate him.
They now turn onto the dragon. Good steal by the Con, but what will be the exchange? We know there is a con to this. Z is now here. Shin is going to be fine despite that grand challenge. Good kill here by Thun. They now turn onto Shin and doing some damage. That's a knock-up. That's Gascon being denied. And now 2 for 2. Still, ThunderTalk going to be fine. 4 for 1. 4 for 3 here. Who will win? Xiaoma or the Ash though will get taken down. Finally, KBG finds an opportunity. It's only Z that's left.
I mean, Z was not able to participate in that team fight. Was it even a fight? Like KBG just dismantled and just took the hands of ThunderTalk one by one. Now is the time for Z.
Energy.
Okay, well right now Z, if he can win this 1v4, then yeah, I can easily say that he's a god incarnate in the mid lane. But no, he's not going to even attempt to go for this Baron. A massive upswing for KBG. They recognized immediately that ThunderTalk was not in the perfect position. And again, we have to credit that tone on this Aatrox. Without the threat coming from ThunderTalk to really pin him down, to kill him down, he was just free to really put on his brain out there. Kind of want to commend Xiaoma as well. He's been the best counter to this Rakan pick, and we all know this, right? Morgana easily counters the Rakan just because of the black shields and the dark binding. If you ever get hit by the dark binding, you cannot really dance away, you cannot really fly away. And you look at this team fight, I mean, Z had one thing in mind, and that's to chase Anran 9. Anran 9 though, at least in this interaction, was able to maneuver away and outsmart Z in the process.
And that allowed them to get 4 kills and a Baron right now to fully utilize taking the inner turrets down. Z is there on the bot side, which is actually not a good sign. Finally goes back into the base, joins the rest of ThunderTalk, and is looking to pose for the fight.
12-9 into the kills department. Look at that zone. Where is the engage coming from? You have to just be mindful of Z. Where will he show up? If he shows up on the top lane, KG might be in trouble, but the mid lane is now being focused down by KBG.
Yeah, arrow coming through as well. Will it connect? No more. They pause, and the flash comes through from Z, annihilating KG immediately. But the backline has been breached. Shama doing a really good job with the shell tackles. And now Z joins once again. The shuriken connects. Stasis gonna be used to buy some time. Shin as well, with the tactical sweep, will be backing away for now. KBG still has the upside in that because they managed to take this inhibitor tower in mid.
Yeah, they should be happy with what happened, right? Like, that is a one for one when it comes to champion casualties. But more importantly, they were able to take down the inhibitor tower here in the mid lane. We saw it from that team fight alone that Z was pressed to make a decision. He went for KG on the top side. And that was easily recognized by KBG. The perfect execution number 2 had to be used to even, just to close the distance. And that's quite unfortunate because that's a huge chunk of damage coming from Z. Now, this Elder Dragon fight is mostly going to decide who's going to win this. Again, I mean, it's so hard to predict as to who's going to win this. Even though there's a lead for KBG, Z can still turn around the fight by himself.
But he can be mispositioned at times. So again, it's so difficult to fight, to know what is actually going to be happening here. Anran! Oh no, that's the opportunity once again here for Z. Pops in the ult, but Anran gets deleted in an instant. Yama's going to be next. But Z is dead. That's the time for KBG to now strike. But Shin goes in. KG is being met with so much damage. The flash by SMY. Close this. Double knock-up as well. Backline has been breached. Mayday, Mayday. ThunderTalk is closing the distance right now. X-Spy leading the pack. The Tron is still alive. KBG should be fine, but Elder Dragon is now the target for ThunderTalk.
1-4-3, but the Dragon is still up for contention. We have to remember that Atone is still alive. Can just easily press the World Ender to have that necessary move speed. And you look at Shin. Shin is just trying to lock down this Aatrox. A steal can be deadly for ThunderTalk's chances.
Shin is preventing any access. Even if the World Ender has been casted by the Thon, it cannot reach the Elder.
Okay.
And again, an opportunity presented to ThunderTalk. Elder Dragon taken.
The gold lead easily got erased in an instant. ThunderTalk's 4 other members was able to catch up. All thanks to Z's heroics, finding on run 9, dishing out a huge amount of damage to Xiaoma before dying was definitely a very big swing for ThunderTalk. Not to mention that SMY, he was late to the party, but it doesn't matter. Quickness of the grand entrance onto 2. Perfect. Picture perfect.
Oh, little knock off.
Oh no,
the CC
binding.
Chain might actually fall down. Should be fine, especially after that stasis.
Bit scary. SMY again can easily get countered by the Morgana. Dark Binding, Black Shield. Lots of utilities to really counter out this Rakan. So far, so good for KBG. But ThunderTalk with the Elder Dragon, they cannot find this. I'm talking about KBG. They cannot fight ThunderTalk right now.
And just because of that Elder Dragon, ThunderTalk was able to get a free Baron, especially after spotting out Andran in the bot lane, helping out KG defend this tower.
Oh man, crazy. Okay, so slowly inching in, ThunderTalk side has Z there, split pushing as well. Methodical approach by ThunderTalk, knowing that they have the upper hand, knowing that they have the Elder Dragon, the Baron buff as well. KBG cannot do a thing.
They have to give this inhibitor tower away to ThunderTalk. A 3 is being taken right now. The base is wide open. Arrow connects, but they still have the shield. They want to end this game right now. 7,000 gold lead, double objectives right now. That's the call. They go in. Extra ultimatum as well. Going to be breaching the backline, but if focus on the Nexus, KBJ cannot do a thing, and ThunderTalk leads the series.
ThunderTalk regardless of what happened mid-game and where KBG was able to reverse their fortunes, ThunderTalk still very formidable, led by their mid laner Z, outperforming Unrun 9 by a mile. Oh man, I never imagined I would be saying this. This mid lane matchup is starting to become mid-diff.
It's simply one-sided. I think KBG needs to start respecting the Akali this time around. But what champion will they let go? Because there's a lot of champions that has to be removed here from ThunderTalk, and that's just the complicated thing to deal against them. There's so many champions that they can fully utilize. And in this game, the Akali just shone from Z.
Popped off like, dude is so good. Topping the damage charts as an Akali. Oh, 32k. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if half of the 32,775 damage was dealt to Unrun 9. Right?
Yeah.
Like all throughout the game, Z had one thing in mind, and that is to not let Unrun play. There was just that one instance in the bot lane, right? Like in where Unrun 9 was able to avoid Z. But all throughout the game, he was the massive threat that ThunderTalk needed to push them to a one-game advantage. 2-1 in favor of ThunderTalk. Oh my.
And it looks like Nova Esports is the kryptonite of KBG, but Z seems to be the kryptonite of Andran here. He was just met with death after death after death every time Z catches his eye. And he doesn't hesitate at all. Whenever he spots out the Zeri, a kill will happen.
Yeah. That side lane, the balance of a Wild Rift map really gets tilted onto one team's favor whenever solo kills happen, and we saw solo kills happen by, when Z met with Unrun 9. Perfect execution available. That's an easy perfect assassination. And again, all things considered, with all the red side priority by KBG, games 1 to 3 has all been red side for KBG. Will there be a difference on game number 4? They have the option to choose. But I think it's time for them to really answer the biggest elephant in the room, and that is the Akali by Z. Because all throughout the 3 games, although it was countered, quote-unquote, by the Twisted Fate during game number 2, it was still effective that game, right? So, yeah, we'll see.
I think the adaptation that KBG can actually make in this game, in this series, right, is have blue side for KBG. Because it makes a lot of sense why they're going red side. It worked against their previous matchup, but right now they need to change it. Having first priority, they might need to take this Akali either through a ban or have Anran this time around pick this champion. That's the only way.
Yeah, like there's a lot of ways to answer an Akali pickup, right? Like you go for the classic is to answer an assassin with an assassin. The other answer is to go for a Garen here in the mid lane. Like there's a lot of options. About like this pickup by Zeri for sure is something that we all know is a well-practiced composition by KBG. They've been winning games left and right on a composition that is being led by Unrun 9 on the Zeri. But what went wrong really was Z was just left to farm as much gold as he can and was so integral in almost all teamfights, Gyang. And that I think is what happened there, right? Like you cannot give this guy his Akali 10, 1 in 5.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
man.
cannot give, you have to respect it. You need to take it away this time, because if he gets this again in the next game, or at least if it's open, you know that he's gonna be taking it without hesitation. He utilized here in this game to finally create that mid-diff scenario against Andren, and that just doesn't happen.
We also have to note, Gyang, that the Ashe was on the side of ThunderTalk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, if it was on the other side, it will be easier to counter the Akali because we all know that the Hawkshot can reveal stealthed units. But was there a way for them to reveal stealthed unit? I don't think so, right? Like, oh man, cannot wait for game number 4 to happen, Kiang, because game number 4 will definitely be a very pivotal one. If it ever becomes a 3-1, oh man, KBG is in a lot of trouble.
It happened before, it can happen again, but let's see what will happen in game number 4. We'll just go into a longer break, 10 minutes, but it's gonna be fine. We're still your casters, Giang and Nautilus. We'll see you in just a bit.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ABG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRL CN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon-specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner's stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ABG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner when the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn.
The break is much faster because we have to dive in the game right now, the series in which ThunderTalk is now contesting against KBG.
I was quicker than I expected. I thought I had a longer time to at least replenish my energy after that very eventful game. Oh, what an adjustment by KBG, selecting blue side this time and is now respecting the Akali by Z.
Camille as well gonna be taken away, and looks like KBG wants to stabilize things. Garen pick off by KG, one of his signature champions that worked against their other matchups will be picked this time around. ThunderTalk still going with what's working though. At least the other champions, Wukong of XBuy was actually pristine in that game number 3, especially with the layering of the CC. And combining with that, with the isolation pick of the Gragas is just perfect for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, Gragas Wukong is always going to be a scary duo to fight against because it's a massive AoE. Isolation prowess, as you said, will definitely be key. Not to mention that we are talking about CN Sports. Their Gragas has always been on top of the food chain, right? Like on top of the support tier rankings or whatnot. But KBG immediately responds with the Alistar and is now going for the core key. So it is still possible that we're going to see a double marksman for the side of KBG. But on ThunderTalk, like the question is, how do ThunderTalk respond to this? Because we know that when it comes to a double marksman duel between KBG and ThunderTalk, KBG does have the upper hand.
Yeah, and ThunderTalk picking this champion up, Kaisa, is interesting as well. Because again, it is one way to remove some of the champions here of Andran, but it just means that maybe it's gonna be Z this time with his champion. And this is going to be a little bit concerning because we came into the series thinking that he might actually threaten for the Swain pick, but we're not seeing that as of now. KBG, again, this is the ground wherein they have the upper hand.
Yeah. Oh, we might be able to see the Swain. If it doesn't get banned here by KBG, I'm pretty sure that ThunderTalk does have the option to go for the Swain in the mid lane and put Kaisa on towards soil. But power of a red pick, of being able to counter pick, will be taken away, right? Like that's the only caveat if you ever dare to go for the Swain. What will be the last ban here by KBG is the question. Is it going to be finally an open Swain for the ThunderTalk? Because there is still an Ashe, right? Like, oh wow, they're opening both. So Swain and Ashe is open. So if ThunderTalk does go for... Wait, if I'm ThunderTalk... Wait. Okay, so they're going for the Fiora instead. Jax.
So if they go for double marksman, Jax can actually work better this time around. It can serve purpose in the top lane too. So at least it's okay. Ashgo goes to Xiaoma, and the only time he lost a match with this champion was against JDG.
Game 3,
but
right?
the rest is still so good.
Wait, Sway is going to get ignored here by ThunderTalk. I don't like the Jax pickup, man. Because Jax versus the Garen in the top lane is Garen favorite for sure. In the first few levels, especially at level 5. Because at level 5, I mean, the only thing that you have to do if you are the Garen is to threaten the Dimash Injustice. And we all know that KG is one of the Garen users that can make use of this so effectively. KBG for the 4th game in a row, sorry, for 3 games in 4 games would go for the Kha'Zix, which means when it comes to smite fights, it's easier to really execute or to really secure a buff if you have a Kha'Zix on your team.
Equal amount of poke as well for KBG and ThunderTalk. There's the spikes for the Thun, there's the barrages for Anran, there's the volleys and possible enchanted Kasaar from Xiaoma. But we always have to respect the Jace's Shock Blast and the Kaisa, especially on those Void Seekers. And ThunderTalk with this Jax is going to have that superior late game potential to threaten again the back line, which has been a problem of KBG, especially in game 3.
True, okay. Sure, yeah. Against the double marksman composition for sure, Jax will do wonders. I'm just not a fan of Jax at all, right? Like, the only time that I will allow a Jax getting picked up is 1, if it's against the Renekton, 2, if it's against the Camille. But if there is like no Renekton, no Camille, Jax's lane will automatically be problematic to your side. And this is easily getting cured or patched up by ThunderTalk by sending Shin here towards onto the mid lane to share some XP with Z.
Yeah, just bully the Jax. Don't give him an easy time in the laning phase, and it should be fine. But ThunderTalk, again, this is going to be the 4th time that they might be able to get a lot of platings in one lane just because of their Dragon Laners and support. Shin is actually doing tremendous of a good work as a weak side lane every single time they match against KBG, because KBG doesn't get the better platings.
Yeah. Like, Shin has always been the best weak side parallel in my eyes, especially after he dismantled Beijing Zika, right, on that Garen. Man, you cannot really give him the Garen because he can just turn things around on that champion. Same could be said for KG, like, and that's the reason why ThunderTalk and KBG has been a very storied matchup, because they share a lot of champions.
5-point strike. KG gonna be using the flash just to disengage. SMY took too much damage from the tower though. That's overstaying in tower's range. Soil gonna be okay, but has to be extra careful. Fortunately, the Thun is actually in the bot side river, so there's no threat of a gap there.
Trying to just control the tempo from the get-go, and ThunderTalk securing lots of tower plates. Can X-Buy do the final trick here? We know that there's no flash for KG. Not enough.
Gonna be fine still. That's just an additional investment denied by KEG. Instability here in the top lane. Bottom lane, that's the 2nd tower that you and Shama was able to get. Now SMY joins, and that should neutralize it a bit.
Okay, here comes Z.
This time with the Cyclone ready and available. No! Ult from the Garen. No 1-for-1 trade. It's the better end for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, no ult. Level 4 Garen. Very easy target, especially with the flash being invested early during the earlier dive. ThunderTalk gets first blood. Again in the lead. And Shin threatening Yu, force the flash away. I mean, even Xiaoma has to respect the prowess of the double crowd control, double stuns coming from the Gragas and the Jax. If anything, like, the Jax is scary, at least in the early game, because of the counter-strike stun.
Looks like it's going to be the on-hit Ashe as well. We do see the lethal tempo here for Xiaoma, and his kiting ability is being showcased just earlier as well. At least a bit of a glimpse of it. So ThunderTalk later on has to find a way to take him down, especially through the Gragas or through the Jax. KBG this time is just looking to hold, at least buy some times before the Corki of Adran and Xiaoma's Ashe pops up.
3 tower plates was eaten on the top side, or was gifted over to ThunderTalk just because of how proactive their lane swap is. Oh, mid lane.
Instant follow-up, Datan joining in as well as they lose their mid laner. Perfect engage by KBG.
And this is why you can all go off Xiaoma's Ashe. Although it lost during that game against JDG, it still has a very good win rate just because of how he uses his enchanted crystal arrows. Earlier it was ThunderTalk using it, but this time it's KBG.
Upside being defended, Yu joins KG.
Finally.
To at least prevent that third, fourth plating for Soil. And the pressure is still on. They always consistently try to shove the wave and then threaten for the plate.
Yeah. And again, the wave clear potential of a Gragas is superior to the Alistar, and that's the reason why you see lots of tempo being gifted over to ThunderTalk, lots of tower plates on the top side as well. Just a couple of hit points before that last tower plate on the top side get eaten by ThunderTalk. So far, tempo-wise, outside of the fact of that enchanted crystal arrow. Oh man!
Wow!
SMY! BO7! Salute to you, my friend.
Took the bullet for him. No follow-up, but still very, very heroic, I would say, from SMY. That just shows how great the support he is.
True. Like, that's how I love my support. So to all the supports out there, if you can do that in your ranked games, expect the juicy like at the end of the game, right? Regardless of it being a win or a loss, it doesn't matter. That play should at least have a comment on it.
I love seeing that. I love seeing that. Even if there was no follow-up, nobody died, still that was very commendable. Just the intention of SMY is already turned in a lot of respect. And speaking of respect, KBG not contesting that first dragon is again a remarkable demonstration of ThunderTalk's ability to dominate the game.
Arrow? Okay. He's dead. For sure.
He should be. King CC is just there. Soil will drop that.
Soil has to invest Quicksilver as well as other carries. As the other carries by ThunderTalk. I mean, you look at Z. Oh, getting bounced on.
Good Cyclone. That's the follow-up. Z is very low though. Second Cyclone.
One more.
Should the damage
Boom.
be enough? Finally, the Golden Staff extended range will allow XY to at least get that one kill.
It's a 1-0. Z just holding his own. Edge of Night, by the way. It's a very big buy for all Jace users because all those vulnerabilities in the mid game or in the early game can easily get patched up by that single spell block, right? That's massive. And that I think is also a build that I often see in the ladder, especially when Tatsuri plays it. One of the top Jace users in the mid lane, I believe, is Tatsuri, and he's on the recommended builds. And his first item is also this, Edge of Night.
Especially against the Ashe, right? Especially against Xiaoma. Now they engage Yu a little bit overextended. XY took so much evidence. It's only the clone, so now Yu's gonna be in trouble. The charge on the mid lane though is perfect for KBG. At least they got the tower.
Yeah, was able to get some gold, and again the agenda of taking the tower, the Red Herald is to prevent ThunderTalk to get tempo across the board. But Datonis here, can he do massive work against the two members of ThunderTalk? ThunderTalk just wisely disengage, especially with the Mushroom Justice still available for KG again. And this is why I think, you know, this matchup between Jax and Garen is so one-sided towards Garen. It's because of the ult.
Just one drop on the sword, it will execute the Jax. And serving as a tank frontline member of KBG is just so necessary against ThunderTalk. And with this build as well, the Comet or the Meteor Enchant plus the Black Cleaver, that's a lot of AoE that KG can actually deal.
Also, this is a pageant where you can still build the Hull Breaker as your second item, right? That's, that's one of the options that I think that I'm missing recently whenever I play the Garen. It's because it was so heavily nerfed. I think, Riot got fed up by the item being favored by a lot of Baron laners for the longest time now, and just has decided to put down the nerf hammer. And so now ThunderTalk again will be able to at least get this tower on the top lane. Hullbreaker, without Hullbreaker, doesn't matter. They will be able to take down towers.
They're hunting Shin as well. Yu is here.
Huh?
You might get a good catch onto him.
What?
3 members of KBG catching Shin. Can he actually escape here? SMY joins with the body slam. That's the sword drop. But Xby is here with a Cyclone, has double Cyclone ready and available. Yu's gonna be the target. I'm not sure why this is the target, but still 2 kills picked up here by ThunderTalk. It's gonna be good. Z joins with the damage, but has to fall back. The kiting is ripped on Andran, especially with the barrages. But ThunderTalk still wins the trade.
Yeah, evolved second skill as well for Soil. This is the patented AP Kaisa that we often see in the competitive. Go for Manamune and go build full AP. You know what surprised me as we look into this replay? Shin is also building Hunting Guys. And that only means one thing. He's going for the Riftmaker. Okay, all I know is whenever you go for an AP Jax route, you will have more damage with your second skill and first skill, of course. And you will also have more resistances towards the magic damage, right? So, okay, whenever you build AP Jax, you get more AP resistances. That's basically it. If you build AT, you get more armor. So that's a passive of the ultimate in a nutshell. And it's just surprising to see that, this Riftmaker is an option for a Jax user right now.
And again, this sustain, right, is helping him survive in the long run as well in the fight. ThunderTalk was threatening, at least for the second dragon. Shin might actually get caught. It has to be a lot more careful because the arrow is available here for Shauma.
Okay, arrow connecting. Yu for the follow-up.
There's the flash though, the Thon, KG, the rest are joining. But ThunderTalk not able to answer with the pressure here in the dragon. It's actually not a good sign. Andran is barraging them from the side as well.
Okay.
He turns. That's the flash. Shock blast though misses and might actually get punished. That's the Valkyrie. One more
nice flash.
outplay this time. Andran gets the kill, and now ThunderTalk has to fall back, but the chase down is real. That's the spikes. SMY took so much damage. Void Seeker starting to hurt, but ThunderTalk, they managed to get a dragon though, so that at least is a worthy trade for them.
Yeah, and this is why KBG is so deadly with the Ashe pickup. It wasn't even a 5v5. There was no clash to be had. Just because of that enchanted crystal arrow connecting onto the Jax, regardless of you having the leap strike, regardless of you having the ultimate or counter strike, it doesn't matter. Like the amount of lockdown that is present to this Ashe pickup, to this Alistar, plus the execute damage coming from the Kha'Zix is just too much for ThunderTalk's members. Also noteworthy was Z. He got outplayed by Anran, but one would say he was a bit unlucky because the minions was in his way when he was going for the combo. And we all know that the flash can negate the damage off to the skies. So yeah, let it be known, everyone, if you are facing against a Jace, if you time your flash perfectly, you can negate the damage of to the skies.
And that's just because of that minor thing. Z got outplayed in that scenario. This time, ThunderTalk looking for again an avenue that they can work around with you. You're gonna be the first target here. Takes too much damage. Might actually get bursted away, especially with the Kaisa damage here. But KBG gets turned again. Oh my god, that Cyclone is just on point. And Xby just opens up the game.
And again, layering of CC's ThunderTalk, whenever presented of an opportunity, they will not shy away. They will go for the kill. ThunderTalk goes for the Baron here.
And KBG cannot do anything. All they can do is watch as the purple worm gets decimated by ThunderTalk. And again, a big objective taken by this team.
Oh man, every single time in the mid game, it's either ThunderTalk or KBG, going for the questionable play. And here, the questionable play was Yu being too far forward with all the other members not ready to start the fight. The winning formula for KBG has always been Shama's arrows. There's no one else, that should start the team fight except for Shama. That is for sure.
Cyclone to body slam to the Void Seeker into the Killer's Instinct. This time, the cast wasn't...
Oh my god, that damage!
Oh my god,
Soil.
Killer Instinct gonna be used. Oh man.
Good flash.
This guy is hungry for kills.
Like, the damage of Soil is now just absurd. One Void Seeker connecting on the squishy members and just mean, the pivotal turnaround of any team fight. We all know that Evolved Void Seeker resets when it hits a target, so you would expect it to just rain down Void Seekers coming from Soil. After 2 seconds, another one, a reload is going to happen.
Oh no.
Oh man, look at the
blast
pokes.
even. He has to fall back, has to go back. Oh my god, nearly gets taken down there by Soil.
Boom.
With that
Okay.
Void Seeker connects to Shama this time around. They were able to take this bottom inhibitor tower, threatening for mid right now. Arrow connects from Shama, they turn, but here comes the Jax of Jin doing the CC. The Garen falls down.
Soil?
The Killer Instinct from Soil gets the kill as well. 2 members dead on the side of KBG. The tower falls down. ThunderTalk is just out playing them at this point.
2 towers, 2 dragons, and ThunderTalk is on their way to get a 3-1 lead against the defending champions. Let's look at that replay once again. And again, that is Yu starting the team fight. But the one thing is for sure, whenever there is a Gragas on the other side, an isolation disengage option will always be there. Explosive task to really just scatter the members of KBG was what was needed by Soil to get that final nail in the coffin.
Final Dragon is on the elemental side, gonna be coming up. Arrow connects to SMY, but it's not really the best target right now. And they have to disengage! Now this time KG is the first target that cannot sustain the damage. ThunderTalk gets one.
It's a 4v5 now, and we have to remember ThunderTalk does not even have to fight. All they can do is to just poke, continuously whittle down the HPs of KBG. Void Seeker, Shock Blast, name it, ThunderTalk has it in the bag. 3 dragons to ThunderTalk. It's close to insurmountable now, Giang.
And Jin as well doing a really good job just drawing attention. Lots of ways to close out this game right now for ThunderTalk. And KBG, they find themselves so lost in this game. We came into this 4th game thinking that this might be the chance for KBG, especially without the Akali of Z. But no, ThunderTalk is still the one taking control.
Just because of that one team fight that resulted in ThunderTalk getting that Baron, everything went from from gray to dark to black for KBG.
To absolutely no vision, but the steal by the Ton is just perfect. Can this be the opportunity for them to actually re-engage? The answer is still no. KG falls down. ThunderTalk is bad. They want to punish them. They want to get more kills. Wave is crashing in the bottom lane. They have secured lots of inhibitors. ThunderTalk, even without the Baron, they can still close out this game.
We'll see. The Baron empowered minions is just too strong when it comes to pushes. However, Shin teleporting fresh from the base, full HP, lots of items. Xiaoma has to be careful. Void Seeker not going to connect.
But it's still just 3 members here for KBG. Looks like ThunderTalk is having a bit of a hard time securing that last inhibitor turret. They will fall back. KBG through the Ton has made a miraculous play.
They were able to at least extend this series or extend this game from the heroics or by the heroics of the Tone on that Kha'Zix. Again, that's my fights has favored the jungler of KBG so far. But we have to remember this buff isn't permanent. It is going to expire soon. Meanwhile, ThunderTalk, 3 dragons, elemental drakes, to really help them right now, especially with the 5k gold lead that they have. All they have to do is to just wait for the Baron buff to expire and continue to march down whatever lane they want, because they also have a very formidable split pusher. If you're KBG though, you can threaten this Elder Dragon, but is that a good decision against a Jax? We all know how fast Jax destroys towers.
Yeah, he's now passing top side. It's only KG there left to defend. Yu's engage gets denied, and now ThunderTalk can just strike with a body slam into the cast. Soil joins right in front as Shauma gets killed. The Ton as well is dead. Everyone from KBG now falling to the ground as ThunderTalk only has one thing left in mind. Push the mid. It's only KG left. And will just go onto a match point right now by ThunderTalk. Nothing that KG can do. All it can do is watch as the base crumbles. And ThunderTalk right now, 3 points in this series. One more to go.
One went away from eliminating the reigning defending champions, a team that we thought was invincible during the group stages. KBG, record-wise, only one series loss, and that was against Nova Esports. But this is the improved version of ThunderTalk. We have to remember that when they faced against each other, it wasn't Soil that was playing, right? Like, this is the new and improved version of ThunderTalk, getting all that confidence, thrashing all their opponents during the playoffs stage 1 and stage number 2, and it does look like to me that at least for ThunderTalk, this lower bracket has been too easy.
Oh man, ThunderTalk right now at this state of the game, at this state of the series, is this is the closest thing right now to KBG. This is also the same scenario that KBG had against JDG. 3-1 scoreline in which they managed to completely reverse the situation and take the series. So even if ThunderTalk right now is at the doorstep, they still need to be very, very cautious.
No offense to JDG, but we're talking about ThunderTalk here, Guillaume. And I have predicted ThunderTalk to really just run away with things in the lower bracket for good reasons. They seem invincible to me, at least against their counterparts here in the lower bracket. And KBG falling from the upper bracket, choosing Nova Esports, ending up as a loss, or ending up as the losers of that fated matchup 3-4, may have decided their fate here in WRLA Season 1. Cannot believe I'm saying this, Guillaume. It's far from over for sure, because we know that the clinchers are the hardest ones to win if you're ThunderTalk. But again, momentum-wise, everything has been on the side of this team from the lower bracket. ThunderTalk has just been doing wonders from game 1.
They seem to be unstoppable now. Even if the Camille, the Akali was banned away, even if the Garen of KG was here, the Tan on the Kazakhs, Anran on the Corki, the double ADC is there. It's still no results here for KBG, and ThunderTalk is still the one taking full control. It's as if this evolved team is starting to be the unstoppable for slowly breaking the unmovable object.
And we have to remember again, they did this win off of the backs of their engagers, right? Like their Wukong, their Gragas, the wombo combo that they did during that team fight that ultimately decided the advantage for their side was because of the Wukong and the Gragas, two of the picks that they prioritized heavily from the get-go. And this is the reason why it's so scary, especially here in WRLA, to open Gragas and Wukong and have them join hand in hand on the same team because of the amount of AoE crowd control that you can do. And plus the disengage option for your squad as well. And there you go. This is very well deserved. Like SMY on the Gragas. Yes. 0-0 win 14. Gragas has been banned in the earlier games, in the earlier stages. But here, when everything is said and done, ThunderTalk just locked in the Gragas and was able to net the victory. Congratulations to SMY for that very deserving MVP.
Well-deserved MVP. Especially with the follow-ups, with the initiations, with the disengages, and every time he gets attempted to be picked off, he always survives. That's why He has that 0-0-14 scoreline, perfect as a support, and also the protection he provides to Soil is just on point. Oh man, we're slowly coming into the conclusion. Let's see if KBG can continue to resist, man.
Yeah, let me just throw my prediction, Giang. I think this is the day. I think this is the day that KBG would get eliminated. Giang, go ahead.
Oh, man. It has been a long time, but let's see if that is going to be the outcome. We'll just go into a short break. We'll be back after this one.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top ranked will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left.
Match point already for ThunderTalk, and everything is on the line right now for KeepBest Gaming to remain in their spot as the uncontested team right now in this tournament. But they have to win every single game. They need to finally decode ThunderTalk right now, because so far it hasn't been enough.
Never enough. Never enough. Indeed.
Never enough.
Yeah, I know. Like, sure. If KBG ends up winning the rest of the series, right, like crawl from this big hole, then they will definitely be the greatest showman. Right? Because, like, all throughout this series, even that lone win by KBG, I dare say that ThunderTalk had actually a very good opportunity to win that game as well. So this 3-1 so far has been convincing on one side, and that is on ThunderTalk.
Convincing. Even this could have been actually like a 4-0 victory by ThunderTalk had KBG not be able to turn the tides around in that game number 2 a while ago. And right now, KBG looking to have the same bans similar to our previous game a while ago, relatively the same for ThunderTalk as well, as they think
Jax
Shen
again?
still possible.
Sorry. Yeah, Garen being heavily prioritized here by KBG. It's just a testament as to how much respect they're giving towards Shin, right? Like that. Because Shin has been so formidable on the Garen, especially during that series against against WBG. And so now ThunderTalk will default back towards the crowd control duo of Gragas and Wukong. So again, what is KBG doing right now? There seems to me that it seems to me that there's been no adaptations whatsoever, at least for the first 3 picks, because it's the same set of picks for both teams.
Similar to our game 2, right? The only champion that they've changed is Twisted Fate, but this time I think they really need to focus on getting that Gragas for Yu. Have the Yu special there against ThunderTalk, because SMY had a magnificent MVP performance just in that game 4, and he was one of the reasons why ThunderTalk managed to get that massive win against them.
KBG saying that the reason why they lost was because of the double pokes coming from ThunderTalk, and so now they're going to target the Jace away from ThunderTalk opening. Ziggs the Ashe, but ThunderTalk will leave their last pick to be Z's pick. And again, that's the bonus whenever you're on the red side, right? Like, you can still go for the counter pick. Same picks.
Absolutely same.
For KBG. I cannot say I'm surprised. I know for a fact that KBG is one of those teams that would enter a team fight. Hey, you know what? We should have won that. Like, if there was a reversal of options. Oh, by the way, ThunderTalk has now gotten the Swain for Z. So if ThunderTalk ends up winning this game and this series, it's just so fitting to end it with a new signature champion for Z in the Swain.
It took 4 games before this 5th one that they managed to finally pick up this champion as well. A lot of bans on Z, but it's so hard to take him out. This time, with a Swain, they can go for the final blow against KeepBest Gaming. This has been a long journey for them. So much growth has been made by ThunderTalk for them to reach at this point to contest even the likes of KBG, and their form is looking to be unstoppable.
The unstoppable force when it meets the immovable object. Now it is up to you, Giang, as to who is the unstoppable force and as to who is the immovable object. But one thing is for sure, whoever is the one that is donning the jersey of ThunderTalk is all smiles right now. Match point for ThunderTalk Gaming.
Oh man, I'm nervous and excited at the same time. KBG, they've been in this position before. This time it's a different enemy, like what you said, and this composition of ThunderTalk is just really scary. The Gragas, the Wukong, the Swain, so much crowd control, especially to provide protection for Soul.
And the adaptation by ThunderTalk right now in this game is to be ready for the lane swap that ThunderTalk has committed multiple times now. They have now sent Yu and Shama on the top lane, so no free tower plays whatsoever. They're going to play it standard and will put Jax in a very problematic position, of course, because we know that Garen against Jax should favor the Garen, especially during the early levels. If you hit that decisive strike, especially with Scorch, because nowadays, you know, I've been seeing a lot of Scorch users. I myself also use a Scorch instead of Brutal as my option in the Baron lane, just because, you know, one poke is enough to proc the ruin Scorch.
And that should provide KG at least a slight edge here against Shin in the laning phase. And will also attempt to neutralize the usual lead that ThunderTalk gets through the plates. Emotes being casted.
Yeah.
Slight banter between these two.
I mean, Shin has been spamming the emotes ever since last game. He's feeling confident. He is saying, I mean, KBG is really throwing lots of respect towards Shin. We know that this Garen was first pick by KBG. Not really first pick worthy in my opinion. But if it's to take away from Shin, yeah, sure, I will allow it.
This time around, it is slightly working, at least in the laning phase. ThunderTalk needs to be, extra careful this time around, especially that they don't have the same advantage or situation similar to what they had in the first 3-4 games. So right now they need to look for other avenues. Might be in mid lane, since Andron is very vulnerable. Just one gank with 2-3 members will allow them to secure first blood. Right now, opportunity presented to KBG. Too many platings got them.
Yeah, well, ThunderTalk is going for the delayed swap. And so now they can threaten a dive towards KG, but KG is just 1 minion away to leveling to level 5, and that is Carry that tone. Also making his presence felt here in the bot lane. And so now ThunderTalk will just be content in taking some tower plates and getting that Demolish proc as well for their squad. Oh man, so far, quiet early game for both sides.
Just trying to get some gains all throughout the map, through the plates, through those slopes, small posts. Arrow connecting is a good sign because the Damascene Justice will be there. First blood secured by KBG. Nothing that ThunderTalk can do at this point.
Xiaoma sent the arrow from top to bottom. And if you are the members of ThunderTalk, one would say that you would... if you were taking notice of the minimap, you should be able to see that enchanted crystal arrow casted from a mile away. Giving enough time for ThunderTalk to react. But again, we're still talking about Xiaoma. Almost all enchanted crystal arrows during game number 4 was beneficial towards the side of KBG. It was only because the fight started without the enchanted crystal arrow of Xiaoma. That's why ThunderTalk was able to get that massive team fight, mid-game of game 4. But here in game 5, KBG is all about replicating their success. You hit the arrow, we get the pick.
Got some small leads that can actually translate into objective picks later on. So far, that's a 1,000 gold lead that KBG possesses through the plates as well in the top lane, through that kill that they have gotten early into this match. Now they can start establishing vision control in the bot side of the river, possibly in top side as well. Through the Kha'Zix, objective takings are gonna be easier than ever.
Yeah, and Xiaoma also clearing that ward was massive for him, because it also creates this dark area whenever the minion is in there, and so it will be a lot harder to predict. If he has casted his enchanted crystal arrow, believe me, it's so annoying to play against. Oh man, and there you go, the dominance by the Garen over the Jax is now showing on the top side. Like, he's just bullying the top lane.
It's not yet the time for Shin to actually contest him, especially without the Divine Sunder, possibly the Hullbreaker as well. Right now, Yu goes in. That's a good isolation. SMY needs to fall back. The cast can be used, but unable to land onto KG. That's unfortunate here for ThunderTalk. Now KBG gets their second kill. Might translate that into a dragon, and ThunderTalk, they have nothing to do but to walk away.
Yeah, unless if XY gets to steal this. Nope, you can't do that against the Kha'Zix.
And XY is taking too much damage as well. The re-engage by Yu is just perfect. Demonic Ascension not doing a thing as KBG is still well incomplete. They got killed onto the Ashe, but at what cost? ThunderTalk just loses more members. KBG gets more gold.
5-1 with the Dragon joining KBG as well. Massive swing for ThunderTalk. There's no reason for them to contest that at all, especially knowing that the numbers advantage was towards KBG's side. Now the fight continues with the tone being here. We all know that Kha'Zix is one of the best. Oh, hold that thought. Arrow decoyed by X-Spy. Still, again, it's so hard to smite steal from the Kha'Zix, because all you have to do if you're the Kha'Zix is to time your first skill with the smite, and you will have an execute damage plus combine the smite. So yeah, it's just so hard to do, and that's the reason why, you know, the Kha'Zix has always been a very good pickup for teams that really loves to secure their objectives, just because of that combo of smite plus taste their fear.
And this time it's going to take a long time before ThunderTalk can actually have any sort of impact in team fights. They have triple scaling champions, Jax, Swain, Kai'Sa. It's going needs items, needs a lot of levels before they can actually influence a fight. Right now, they have just basically gifted 4,000 gold to KBG top lane being threatened. Fortunately, was able to escape. Soil uses the killer instinct into a flash. But again, KBG just pressing them.
I mean, the biggest difference has been Jace and Swain, right? Like, at least Jace with only one item is already a threat just because of the amount of damage that you can do with the armor penetration items that we have here in the game. As a Swain, especially on the Rod of Ages, you're right. Like, you have to wait for the Swain to scale up, and it's normally at around 2 item, 3 item mark. If you look at the pace, KBG is just in firm control.
No more cast, no more tower in top lane. KBG just extending the lead that they have right now in a massive amount as well. That's like almost 7,000 gold that they have acquired in almost 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that is because ThunderTalk forced a team fight that they have no chance in winning. And another arrow being thrown by Shama, going to hit Soil. That's good night.
Yeah, Andron is here as well to help out. Looks like the headbutt was not on point there.
Okay.
This time it's here. And yeah, easy kill coming from KBG once again. Every time you overextend, you know that an arrow is gonna come right at you.
Easier, cleaner execution coming from KBG. And this is the plan. This is the reason why KBG has decided to go on core and to not really change a thing with their lineup. And so far, so good for their squad. As long as Shalma starts to fight, positive things happen for KBG. What they have to be mindful of is, again, the combo of the Gragas and the Wukong, right? So those are the two champions with skills that can whoop. Another arrow.
They keep targeting Soil on and on. They jump around, take him down, and no follow-up is there.
Cannot play.
ThunderTalk.
He cannot play at all. This was their plan during game number 4, right? But when it comes to execution, KBG just has perfected. Or just has clean whatever mishap that they needed to clean, outside of the fact that the Jace was banned away in favor of the Swain. They were also able to match the lane swap that ThunderTalk did try to do against them multiple times now, and that forced the Jax to face against the Garen. Same can be said with the duo of Soil and SMY. Again, just the early game, it's night and day comparing this game to last game.
KBG getting their momentum back and their form in check as well. Second dragon right now. I don't think ThunderTalk can contest. It's not the time, especially at this pace of the game. But they will try. That's engaged though. That's the Valkyrie. The package being used incredibly well. But the engage is gonna come through. Oh no, that's a big mistake. That might actually cost them the game. It's now they lost 2 members. Yu-Gi-Oh as well gonna be in trouble. The Captain is gonna be there, and ThunderTalk just gets everything right now. Yeah, the dragon still comes through for KBG, but that's a lot of gold that ThunderTalk was able to acquire.
Yeah, that's the thing that you don't want to happen if you're a KBG. You don't want to give gold on towards ThunderTalk's side, because at least now they were able to slow things down. Luckily for KBG, they still have the Garen with the Hullbreaker, was able to take down the tower here in mid lane. So the casualty, or the consequence wasn't that big, but we look into that replay again. Unra 9 maximizing his package usage, but that gives an entry point for XY to pile on him. with the crowd control layering of CCs again by the by the Gragas, by the Wukong. It's just so, yeah, especially without a stasis, it's not going to really be beneficial towards your team. So Unreal 9 just has to do better. That sometimes, being that aggressive can really hurt your team.
And best gold funneling as well, right? For ThunderTalk. Soil now on a 2-3-1 scoreline. Second item completed. That's gonna help them in terms of dealing damage later on.
Yeah.
And as long as this game goes on as well, eventually ThunderTalk's gonna take over. So KBG, they need to have more avenues to create more gold for themselves and not give any kills away to ThunderTalk.
Just more discipline for sure. SMY being the target of that arrow, again with all the tenacity that is available to the Gragas. Although, is that a yellow boots coming from SMY though? So normally if it's a yellow boots, that means it's the armor one. So yeah, quite surprising that you're not going to focus on tenacity.
But it's gonna be fine. You just attempted to isolate him during that fight. Will not be the case, at least here for ThunderTalk, as now KBG looks to stabilize once more. Baron's gonna be available. They are starting it already.
SMY getting targeted here by Yu. Another Genji. Oh my god.
Gonna be connecting though. They want to re-engage. Looks like ThunderTalk is not gonna pursue this time around.
I was holding my breath for a second there because we have to remember that the last game, this was the same spot in where KBG just absolutely got decimated by ThunderTalk in one team fight. And that was also because of Yu being overextended, layering of CCs by ThunderTalk, punishing him hard. And again, if you're KBG, the good thing there was it was not a replay for sure. Because if it was, ThunderTalk may just be getting, again, multiple objectives towards their side. Looking at the goal lead, it still is in the favor of KBG. Double marksman, with this amount of goal lead, it's still hard to challenge. And so we have to call spade a spade. KBG is still in firm control of Game 5.
At this point, right, KBG should inevitably be the one closing out this game during this game win against ThunderTalk, but it's so different when they're against ThunderTalk. This is a team that can just turn the tides around even after so many beatdowns in the game itself. This is why they were able to secure so many kills a while ago in that last dragon fight. This is why KBG is still acting this way, because they know the threat that ThunderTalk has.
Another package by Unreal, and the question is, does he now have a stasis engine to prevent all those all-ins that will surely come his way when he overextends? KBG and company, man. This third dragon, if it ever goes to KBG, we all know how big of a swing a 3-dragon stack joining your team is, and that's the reason why KBG just wants to threaten this mountain dragon and take it for themselves.
The item completed by Soil. Yu goes in. This is gonna be trouble here for KBG. That's the Unbreakable Will already casted. That's engaged by X-Bite as well. Into the follow-up by ThunderTalk. Arrow connects onto one. Who will get the dragon? Looks like still gonna be the Ton. But ThunderTalk still pursues with the kill. Andram being threatened. Shindo is very low. The damage comes through from KBG. That's a chase down by X-Bite. Gets the cow down. But Andran right now is leading the pack. The damage coming through. Soil gonna be exchanged. Finally, KBG gets a teamfight win.
With 7k, 3 dragons joining them as well, KBG makes easy work of ThunderTalk and is extending this series. One more game. We will have a game number 6 here, Kian. KBG is on their way to just win this.
ThunderTalk made a couple of mistakes in this game. KBG this time had a cleaner game, especially with the adjustments that they have made. They will extend the series indeed. It's going to take a lot more for ThunderTalk to win against this team.
The lane swap was genius. The way KBG responded to ThunderTalk, saying and daring them to go for the same draft was an absolute pleasure to watch. Like KBG deciding, hey, you know, we're not going to change anything. We are going to force them to change something, because that Jace not being available means that a double poke isn't going to be there. Swain has to be up close and personal to be able to do damage. And against a double marksman, you can just easily kite away a Swain, right? Like you avoid the claw, and that's it. Another, you know, another good thing about, or another big takeaway that I have in all of that is that Shama's Ashe is still so good. It still has to be respected. So we will see if in game number 6, how will ThunderTalk respond? Because if they even lose game number 6, man, momentum will definitely swing back towards KBG. So this definitely a must-win.
This is again same situation. KBG slowly getting back their form, similar to how they did against JDG. ThunderTalk made a lot of mistakes in this game, and KBG punished them for every single bit of it as well. We can safely assume though that ThunderTalk might default back on blue side, because that's where they are in their best form. Especially that now that they've lost, they can take that blue side once more, and KBG will be questioned again.
Like how would they respond if ThunderTalk gets their hands on the blue side is the question. We all know that the loser of the previous game gets to choose the side come next game. And that's why we are anticipating a ThunderTalk shaking things up and choosing blue side for the next game. But we all know how blue side has favored ThunderTalk so far. You know, every single time that they get first pick priority, they get either the Shen or the Camille that has been so pivotal for them and for their squad. And again, they also have the option to just ban away the Ashe or take the Ashe for themselves whenever they're on the blue side, because of how, you know, the sequence of picks happen. Still, much kudos to KBG. They are not surrendering without a fight and is extending the series into game number 6. I won't be surprised if we will have a 7-game classic here, Giang, because, you know, every single time that we cast KBG, it always goes the distance, and that's the only way for them to advance. It has to go. It has to go full game 7.
It has to reach the end. It has to go to game 7 and them winning 2 more times. But one of the ways they can do that is through Shauma, especially in this game. The arrows connecting perfect for KBG to set things up here for the team.
Just not really. I'm really curious as to what the perfect build is when it comes to Ashe. Black Cleaver is acceptable for sure, just because it provides you a lot of armor mitigation on towards the other side. Also to note, you know, it gives you a decent amount of ability haste, but the Solari Charge Blade isn't really a good item by. I remember a lot of Ashes going for the Muramana build as well, Essence Reaver, but Essence Reaver is quite effective. So, you know, I will leave the experts of the Ashe users out there, like in the comment section, if you want to share your Ashe build, feel free to do so, because we have to go to a short break here,
Yeah, and we'll be back after a short one. Don't go anywhere. The series will still continue. See you in a bit.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram ERU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ABG. The two victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the fifth place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face an opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final.
It's not gonna be an easy one here for ThunderTalk as KBG remains evolving as well. They redeemed their composition, working this time for game number 5. Let's see what will happen in game 6, because ThunderTalk this time around will have again an opportunity to threaten for first pick.
Yeah, okay, there you go. The change up that we have expecting, that we have been expecting, because we all know that ThunderTalk really loves their blue side. That first pick priority will always be a problem for KBG to solve. Akali needs to get banned here. Orin needs to get banned. Jace also needs to get respected. So lots of picks. Ooh, even Shen and Camille. I mean, there's a lot of picks. I mean, if you're KBG's coach, and if you're the players of KBG, like, what do you do? What do we ban?
Yeah. This is basically like already a big check to ThunderTalk just being on blue side, because they can threaten so many picks. Volibear is going to be open. Jay's going to be open once more here for Z. Alistar priority is the change that will happen to SMY this time around.
Yeah. Which means the KBG would go for the Rakan. Okay. SMY has been one of the few supports that we have here in CN Conference that has piloted the Alistar and Rakan even before it was famous, right? This has always been the 2 picks. Ooh, KBG was still able to snag away the... Nah, you cannot show Akali this early. Oftentimes you go for the Akali as the second rotation of picks. But we'll see. Like, if ThunderTalk is so ready to whatever counter pick KBG may present towards the Akali, we know that, you know, it can easily get countered by the Garen in the mid lane. But that's putting an run 9 on the Garen though. Like, that's a waste of resources. And his mechanics as well. But yeah, just going back to my point, Rakan and Alistar has been an SMY special, and it now has started to become, if Gragas is cancelled or is banned, you just go for the Alistar or the Rakan.
Looks like the Ashe is gonna come through here for ThunderTalk. They want to deny it from Shauma, but one champion
Varus.
that has been banned for so long is now gonna be picked up here for Soil. The Varus now open.
I wonder what happened in Nautilus. Oftentimes we see Nautilus heavily prioritized by not just the APAC teams but also the CN teams. But it does look like that things have changed since group stage, and Alistar is now going to be the perfect duo to this Varus, which means the KBG will now have the opportunity to ban away the champions of Z, starting with the Akali. And if you're a ThunderTalk, you have to ban the Ashe away. Like you have to. Really, you have to.
Well.
For
Finally,
sure.
they deny it from the Thun, which has been a consistent champion that he used, except for that one game where he used the Aatrox. But this time, it seems to be not a wise choice as well for the Thun to pick up the Aatrox, simply because of this Varus pick. The execution damage is just so huge on ThunderTalk's side.
True. This is now the hybrid Varus that we know. Okay, banning away the Ashe, definitely a need, especially after the last two games in where Shaum was able to decide the game just off of his beautiful arrows. KBG will still go for the double marksman composition, and we know this, right? If it ever becomes a double composition against a double AD composition, it will favor KBG, but this is different marksman. It is still considered a marksman, but how this to me does look like, I mean, Senna has been a forgotten champion, at least in recent times. When was the last time it was used?
It was a long time, possibly before before this playoffs. That's how long it has been. Renekton and the Jace. KBG will find the bear though.
Volibear can easily get kited though, for sure. Okay, so I have had lots of experience against the Volibear. Okay, Volibear is scary win ahead for sure, because there's a lot of HP, shields as well, mobility, not too shabby, especially when he is running towards you. But he's easily kiteable. Doesn't have a dash, only can run towards you, and there's a lot of answers to it. You know, hard crowd control, especially looking at the lineup here by ThunderTalk. They have the Varus that can just hold him down. And even if he invests on a lot of HP, it can easily get shredded down by the Varus. So I'm not too sure this is the perfect time to show off the Volibear of KBG, but we'll see.
I agree. Especially because KBG doesn't have that much crowd control. At most, it's just Yu on the Rakan, and then the Volibear just on that CC. But ThunderTalk has a lot. Renekton, Wukong, even the Varus has the Chain of Corruption. So it's going to be so difficult for KBG to actually reach the backline. They need to find, again, a unique and uncontested angle just to penetrate ThunderTalk.
Yeah, like, is this their substitution to the Ashe getting banned away? We'll see. Okay, I'm just not convinced that this is the time in where the Tone will have the perfect Volibear game. I wish I'm wrong though. Happy to be wrong, because again, at the end of the day, this is one of the newer champions that we have. Oftentimes we see Ornn get banned away, but at least here in game number 6, in the decider of if KBG will be advancing or will have to have an early vacation, they decided to bring out the bear.
Oh man, this is gonna be huge pick here for KBG. ThunderTalk still remains to be so solid with this composition. Composition wise, I favor ThunderTalk, honestly. Even if the Kai'Sa is now present for Andran, in which he is so good with this.
And again, ThunderTalk just wants to avoid the standard laning, wants to go for the lane swaps. They just want the matchup to have Shin be on the weak side facing against two members. Because that's been their winning formula in the past few games. We all know that, right? Like every single time that ThunderTalk was able to successfully go for a lane swap, Shin has displayed a very good set of skill to really make sure to not die despite facing against two members or three dials or whatever. So yeah, ThunderTalk, they are the ones initiating the lane swap for sure.
And with this pick, right, the Renekton, it's such a threat to the backline later on for KBG because, yeah, you have the damage here for the Kai'Sa, you have the damage for Corki. But if ThunderTalk finds a way, and they have a lot of tools to find a way to pierce through all those front lines, then the kill threat is just gonna be so high, especially with this Renekton pickup. Now they can't top, they're trying to shut him down, and that's a huge investment here by KBG, but it's taking so much time. SMY will be the sacrificial cow. At least they got one.
Yikes. Big yikes for ThunderTalk. Yeah, you were able to save Shin, but that is still SMY going down. And on the other side of the map, no trades whatsoever. SMY had the right idea, but it needs to become a 3v3. A 3v2 won't really be able to cut it. XBuy though will be able to spot Shalma entering that final push there. And again, this start for KBG, we have to remember the last game. It started so well for KBG and they never looked back. We're looking to that frenzied mole coming from that town. Volibear using the Stormseeker as well just to gap close. This is where a Volibear in the jungle is strong, right? Tower diving is where he's good at.
Oh yeah, especially with the Stormbringer, right? Absolutely no way for the tower to help you out. They will be in the most vulnerable position here for ThunderTalk. 1,000 gold advantage by KBG is actually a good sign for this team, especially that in the past game, one of the reasons why they were able to fully dictate the flow of the game is because of the early lead that they were able to get. Through the Volibear, it's so possible to continue having that dominance.
Like, I have never played a game in where the Volibear got accelerated and ended up losing it. Yeah, it is guidable, but you have to make sure to keep him in check, right? Like, because every single time that he gets resources left and right, you know, he gets tankier and tankier by the minute, and it's just, yeah, going to be problematic for your squad. KBG getting tower plates on the top lane. That's 3 to them right now. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, I don't think Soil was even able to get one. And again, this is ThunderTalk being the ones to initiate the lane swap, right? Like, they had the perfect opportunity to have a 2v2 on the top side, also sending Shin to the bot lane to face the Garen. It's not too bad as a Renekton. It's not a winning lane for sure. Like, right, a Garen versus the Renekton, the Garen should just do one thing, and that is to poke you and poke you and poke you using the Scorch as well. Yeah, as the game progresses, it does look like the KBG was able to solve the early game problems that has haunted them for 3 games, and is now poised to take the early game of this game 6 as well.
In terms of goal, we do see KG and Yu, even the Thun, having a bit of an upper hand compared to their matchups. Meanwhile, the rest are on par to each other. They now died here in the mid lane. KG forced to flash away. KBG still threatening.
Okay,
for
good
this
pincer.
dragon.
Oh, good
here.
turn.
Really good pick here onto XBuy. He will fall down eventually as the Cathian rain rains on him. And now with a jungler, ThunderTalk has no reason to stay here, but they will try to take him down. That's a big pick onto the mid laner of KBG's second kill as well, as Shalma will try to get that 1-for-1, but it's not going to be possible without the flash. The Thon survives, and Shalma is met with 2 people piercing down on him. ThunderTalk, they did not get the dragon, but now they won the fight.
Yeah, the dragon's still alive though, so round number 2 is going to happen soon, Gyeong. ThunderTalk though was able to win that team fight and was able to inch back into this game. We have to remember that KBG was doing so well during the early stages. They turned on towards XBuy, was able to kill XBuy right, but ThunderTalk's ThunderTalk's duo of Soil and Z doing work. Those long-range pokes hitting the priority targets was the reason why ThunderTalk was able to win that team fight.
And now their Dragon takedown is being uncontested. It's just perfect here for ThunderTalk to now turn the tides around. And KBG is just responding, giving respect, but is met with, again, a really good engage here by SMY. Follow-up is going to be coming through with Soil on the chain of corruption. Will there be a steal? The answer is no. Still, the Cortic was able to get it. SMY taking a bit, but he will re-engage onto KG. He is going to be the final target here of ThunderTalk. A bit of a consolation prize as KG looks to just stall.
ThunderTalk, despite losing the Rift Herald on the top lane, a solo kill by Z. This Jace pickup by ThunderTalk has been profitable for them in all angles and all facets of the game. We have to remember that ThunderTalk has been respected multiple times on this Jace pickup, and this is the reason why you have to respect the guy, this champion. He may have lost his Akali, but he still have the Jace, the Piltover's finest in his hands.
KBG initially had almost 2,000 gold advantage, but now it's slowly being deleted by ThunderTalk through those team fights, through those pickoffs, and the Dragon takedown as well. That's why he wants to re-engage once more, but Shin finds again an angle as well. Yu has to fall back. Good shove with the RH, at least getting some plates here for Anran.
The biggest prize for ThunderTalk was that tower is still intact in the mid lane. Although they surrendered the tower on the top side, it's a consolation prize still for ThunderTalk, right? Because we all know the mid lane tower is ever so reliable when it comes to defenses of your team. Now the show has started and is about to end with Z dominating so far 2-0-2. 2 armor penetration items already completed, and this is where he hurts the most.
And no shield is gonna help KBG survive because he has that anti-shield item as well to bash through those protection. And now ThunderTalk looking so confident. They are threatening for the dive in the bottom lane. KBG has to fall back and give this tower away.
This is where the Volibear will struggle to find an angle. Only times that the Volibear will be effective is when you are the one diving, but if you are getting dove, it will be a different problem.
Yeah, different story, as now he's the one being initiated. Absolutely no way to escape. The shields are able to help him though survive, which is perfect here for KBG. ThunderTalk though is looking so scary. They are still going with a poke. Sandana took a bit of damage from that shock blast, but it's still fine.
How? I just cannot believe the KBG. Oh, hold that thought.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Engage, no mana for Soil.
I think they can push this down. Yeah, just one decisive strike is enough. KBG was able to open up the mid lane. Just going back to my thought, I just cannot believe. Oh, Shin. Oh, no. Okay. All right, not enough crowd control for sure. But again, okay, finally I can say my line in peace. I cannot believe that with the season on the line, KBG has decided to bring out the Volibear. 1-0-3 so far. Yeah, you may say that, you know, this Volibear is not a problem for KBG. But you already know from how the things are going right now that ThunderTalk just has one thing in mind, and that is to invest their chains of corruption on towards the Volibear. Volibear won't buy... I think he will have to buy Stasis, right? But he won't buy Quicksilver Engine to really help him negate all those crowd controls. And once that Chains of Corruption hits, it doesn't matter if you have the biggest HP in the game. Especially if you have the unhit AP Varus. Those Blighted Quivers deal percent health damage.
Yeah. And especially with the crowd control that ThunderTalk has, there's so many ways that they can prevent the follow-ups from KBG. That's why KBG is not initiating fights right now, even if they're ahead by a small margin of gold.
The good part is ThunderTalk. I mean, the good... Wait, hang on. Okay, they were able to spot Yu, and Yu won't be engaging anytime soon. The only positive for KBG is that Soil did not go full AP, and rather went for the standard Essence Reaver into the Serpent's Fang. So some shields mitigation here and there for ThunderTalk. But this fight is going to be very important for both sides, right? This is going to be the second dragon, and where ThunderTalk is just threatening to secure over and over. Shama does have the package and has to be respected by ThunderTalk.
KBG, you're just setting up vision. They have actually good set of vision here over the area of the dragon. Even on the brush, they have those vision to see wherever ThunderTalk is going to be angling through in this area. And they're just playing it patiently as much as possible because they don't want to give any sort of edge here to ThunderTalk. It's so complicated to approach this kind of composition of ThunderTalk that they need every bit of angle to at least know where they're going from.
Both sides has a lot of vision in areas where both sides can come from. But SMY can just jump in, and here comes the team fight.
This Predator gonna be used here for KG. ThunderTalk has a good grasp on this angle right now. SMY is going to be the first target, but it's not actually the best one just yet. SMY goes in, pulverizes one, but the Dragon is going to be the priority. There's going to be a steal by Daton, immediately flashes away, and that's a kill as well by Andra9 that has to trade his life for it.
1-for-1.
Profit though for KBG.
Daton has always smite diffed X-Buy in this series. Every single time it comes down to a 50-50. Almost always is a win towards that tone, but it's not the end all be all. We have to remember that ThunderTalk was still doing okay in this team fight. It just so happened it was a little bit helpful that there was the ult available for Volibear to gap close. A 1-for-1 isn't the end of the game for both sides. But you would see still the problem persists for ThunderTalk, and it kind of adds up to your mental 12. We have to remember that during game number 2, right, ThunderTalk refused to flip the Elder Dragon, right? Refused to go 50-50 and overchase that zone. You know, if it ever happens again, that ThunderTalk will be pressed to make a decision to either have a 50-50 or a full turn. I think that ThunderTalk will just go full turn because, I mean, with the way Smite fights has been happening right now, it's been favoring that tone, at least for the majority.
Every single time.
True.
Chain of Corruption gonna be used here by Soya, but didn't connect onto Yu. So at least that's an avenue that KBG can work around peacefully, at least in for quite some time. But yeah, this Smite battle has been just one-sided here. KBG just keeps getting those dragons. Now they turn, they know that there's no Chain of Corruption here for Soil. But still, okay for ThunderTalk. And the Shock Blast to work through. The pokes are just too strong for this team.
The scaling will also be as deadly on KBG's side. They're 2k up. They have a Kaisa that is building full AP that will have lots of time to just send over Void Seeker. After Void Seeker, SMY threatening to go and engage, and he's going to hold back because the tone was there. But the primary goal for ThunderTalk is to just destroy the tower, and that's it.
It was just a ruse, just a just them trying to push back the members of KBG. They weren't really attempting to dive in. But speaking of dives, the Thon is here in the bot lane, at least shoving him back. Now again, a tower exchange. KBG just keeps on the pressure. 3,000 gold lead for this team, maintaining a better scaling for their carries.
Yeah, Jace will fall down. Not the Varus for sure. Varus is also very scary when it comes to the leg game though. Now, if you're ThunderTalk, you have to hit all those spokes onto the primary targets, because if anything, this Volibear and Garen will just be happy to receive all those spokes, especially with Warmogs being built by that tone. It's just going to be an easy, easy wait for the help pack to get back with the help of the Warmogs armor. So ThunderTalk, even though the game started so well for them, KBG has slowed the tempo to a point that it does look like KBG does have a good chance to win this.
Through the pokes, through them finding good angles as well in terms of their entry, it's looking very solid. They're just really composed right now in this game. ThunderTalk is the one actually feeling the pressure at this point. Setting up vision in the top side. They are interested in taking this Baron, but actually the Thon actually gets spotted out. This is actually not a good time for him to be here in this area. Fortunately, he used his ult and was still able to escape.
Yeah, plus the flash as well, because he needed to expend both. Because if not, like, that was the worst timing of all to die in front of the Baron, right? With the jungler alive. If he ever dies there, that basically is that season, right? Like, we have to remember that KBG season is on the line right now. If they end up losing here, that's already early in elimination. It's already the lower bracket. A much bigger stakes is in play here, Kiyoung, and that's the reason why ThunderTalk, even with the momentum that they were able to garner, that thought, SM1.
Perfect timing. Stasis gonna be used there by Andran just to survive, but they actually turn here onto Z. Good damage being almost there on the piercing arrow, actually. But the Void Seekers are also doing a thing here to Z. Now they turn onto Dragon. KBG has to contest. They have the angle to work through, but Shin is looking for a flank.
Oh, okay. Thunderlords, the Kiri. There you go, that's all.
Dominus gonna be used. SMY gonna be falling down. The Killer Instinct being used here by Andran. Goes back into the fight, threatening for a kill, almost getting the kill onto Z. But now the position is better for KBG. As now the Stasis gonna be used here by Soil, but not gonna survive. Actually, it does, but Yuyu is there for one more auto attack. XY helps, he survives. Now the game is being turned. ThunderTalk still survives, but I think KBG should get this Dragon in the bag.
XBaizo is still alive. If he ever... Never mind. Okay, so he's not even going to attempt for a Dragon Steal, but still ThunderTalk was able to salvage a very bad fight by getting that kill in the end. Still, it started so well. Garen being able to deal true damage, does not care about the unbreakable will. It's not going to help you at all. And you would see here that the formation of ThunderTalk has already deteriorated. Even Z with 1 HP cannot do a thing. Hail of arrows, getting that kill by Soil, and this again was a play made possible by XPie. Oh man, fight continues. Elder Dragon half health.
Yeah, we just concluded first Dragon, but now it's time for the Elder one. Can there be a steal? The answer is no this time around. ThunderTalk gets it, but the damage is still pure here. Andran goes in with a Killer Instinct. Can he kill more members though? As they are looking to just fall back. The answer is yes, they get 2. As ThunderTalk looks to just back away. Baron gonna be the next target now for KBG.
Yeah, okay. So now the onus is on KBG. What would they do here? Do they go for the push? Do they go for the possible end? Or do they just outnumber ThunderTalk by getting the Baron buff? We have to remember that if you die, you carry your Elder Dragon buff with you. It will expire immediately. And there are only 2 members with the Elder Dragon buff available to ThunderTalk right now. Meanwhile, the Baron, full stack of KBG, does have it. For some reason, they're waiting and maximizing the time to take down this Baron buff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, all the suspense, and I'm like, okay. So I think it's all about just making sure that they will be in a better position to push more waves with the Baron buff. Because that's how it is, right? Seconds is key, especially knowing that ThunderTalk just secured the Elder Dragon. If you look at the duration, the purple bar on the upper left-hand side is way longer than the white bar. And the white bar signals or indicates the Elder Dragon buff duration. Meanwhile, the purple bar indicates the Baron buff duration. So small things being done here by KBG just to maximize their chances of winning.
Plus double Dragon stuffs, right, for KBG. It's helping them so much on the longer scale of this game. Armors being built by the tanks here of KBG, grouping up so that they can muscle through Soil in one perfect fight. The Baron is
SMY with the flank.
Yeah, they have, but it's so far away, and now they were able to catch a kill onto the Wukong. Second kill as well. It's now KBG muscling down here in the mid lane. ThunderTalk is just looking so confused, but finally the Crocodile joins. Z as well trying to deal damage, but it's simply not enough, and KBG will win a fight. They will take every single member down, and they will proceed to go for a Game 7. One more match against ThunderTalk.
3 series in a row. KBG will need 7 games to really decide who ends up the victor. We need one more game here, Kiyoung, and I thought that we have a short day? Apparently not, because every time the KBG plays, suspense drama has to be in full length.
Game 7, 3 times in a row. Man, this team played 21 games over this playoffs. They do not get a break. We do not get a break every time they play as well. Going the distance, ThunderTalk. This season is not done for KBG. This fight is not done against ThunderTalk. Things can still turn around. They've done it before. They're doing it again.
And who to give the MVP? I think you have to give it to the Tone. Every single time there's a Smite fight, regardless of him being on the Kazakhs or on the Volley Bear, he can make wonders for his team by securing objectives after objectives. Elder Dragon might not have joined them, but you know, the first 2 dragons that he was able to get against ThunderTalk was actually, you know, the bigger prize, because it slowed the game down for ThunderTalk. And if you are a Jace team, come late game, you will really have less and less chance of winning. We all know that Jace and Renekton as well is not really the best scaling champions in the game. You know, on the other side, you have a double marksman composition, you have a Kaisa, you have a Corki, you have a Garen that is always, I would say, always helpful, you know, no matter what stage of the game. Be it early game, mid game, late game, Garen can do wonders for your squad. And so it all comes down to this, Giang. It's never going to be a KBG series if there's no Game 7.
Oh man, and it's almost exactly the same situation that KBG had in their previous series. A 3-1 turned into a 3-3. And the last time this happened, they're the ones who got the last laugh against their opponent. And this time, it's ThunderTalk shivering and nervously in fear that this lead might just be like dispersing like dust. Every effort that they have made all throughout the regular season into the playoffs, the dominating wins they had against Weibo Gaming and EDG will crumble to dust as KBG right now is looking to have their, again, another evolved form.
Yeah, and now the problem is on ThunderTalk. Will the inexperience show up? Because we have to remember that this is the first time that we're seeing ThunderTalk enter the playoffs for a long time. I mean, the last time that we saw them inside a playoff setup of a Riot sanctioned tournament was during the Horizon Cup, and that was long ago, and that was only with Z being the only player from ThunderTalk. So we're talking about Shin, Xby, we're also talking about Soil and SMY not having the playoffs experience that may come and hunt them against the champions, against the very tested team of KBG. I know some of our fans does hate the narrative, but you have to consider that carefully. We have to remember that ThunderTalk has not entered the playoffs for so long. Meanwhile, KBG is always present and did end up winning just the last one.
Yeah, they're always there. They've been in this situation time and time again. They're used to it already. That's why even during the champion select of Game 5, we saw them smiling, laughing, even at the brink of losing this in this season. KBG is still composed, even at that point. 3-1 advantage for ThunderTalk, and right now it's all smiles definitely for them. Just one more win and they can deny yet again another rival of KBG.
Oh, we're just waiting for who gets the MVP, but you don't give it to anyone else. You have to give it to the guy that has continuously outsmited his opposition, and that is that Tone. Like multiple times we've seen him do wonders on the Kazakhs, but this time doing it on the Volley Bear. There's no taste or fear. There's no additional execution that can be used, and most of the steals were just flat out steals, a drive-by, right? Like using his ult to get in contact or get in range for his smite, and the Tone very well deserved MVP. KBG crawling from a 3-1 deficit, and we're now going down to the last game, Giang. I may have celebrated too early for ThunderTalk saying that they will be advancing. KBG is just showing that they still have the heart of a champion. But Giang, cannot wait for the background music to change, because that's what happens when we have a Game 7. Giang.
It will. The storm is approaching. KBG looking to threaten in this Game 7. We'll be back after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the best. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner's stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariran BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information.
One final game between ThunderTalk and KBG. Everything is on the line this time. History and stats will really be important here in this match right now, because KBG is looking to have the same series that they had against JDG. ThunderTalk, despite the early lead that they had in the series, are now showing signs of struggle. It's Game 7, everybody. Silver Scrapes.
I cannot believe really that we are entering a game number 7. It did look like that KBG was lost in the water for 3 games. In fact, I dare say it, for 4 consecutive games, even during game number 2, in where KBG was able to eke out a victory. I thought that ThunderTalk had it in the bag, but oh man, like, we are down to the final game in where ThunderTalk will be tested to their full potential. This is what scares me right now, Guillaume, because in this Game 7 scenarios, experience is really going to help you every single time out. ThunderTalk being forced to ban away the Volley Bear. Oh man, that's a big adjustment.
Yeah, his storm was just mashing through ThunderTalk in that previous game. So The only difference right now is that the Ziggs is available for KBG in the taking. Same bans comes through for KBG. So right now, ThunderTalk again needs, okay, they actually take the Garen this time around. Interesting, because I was thinking about the same thing in game number 6. Because if they give the Alistar here to KBG, SNY can just go back default to Rakan.
Yeah.
And now, without the Garen, Z can actually pop off with the Akali this time.
If it ever gets opened, at least during the second rotation. Because if you're ThunderTalk, yeah, you have to secure a jungler for X-Spy. And you also have to take it away from Deton, right? Like, you have to take the Wukong here. Gragas is not available, so with Alistar being locked in here, it is imperative for you to go for the Rakan immediately. So Jace and Akali needs to get banned here by KBG unless they're fully confident that, you know, it's not going to be a problem for them. I wonder how KBG would answer this. Okay, so this is a different approach. They locked in the Corki and they did not go immediately for the Varus. So Varus is going to be left unpicked, I believe, and will be banned away by ThunderTalk, as well as the Ashe for sure. But you look into KBG, their response is KG is enough and will be able to win the side lane using the Fiora against the Garen. It's a matchup, you know, that if you can play for the late game, if you can survive the early rampage that the Garen can bring, then the Fiora would just be able to dominate. But we'll look into the bans here. And yeah, for sure. Okay, so Akali gets banned away. Kha'Zix gets banned. Ashe, for sure, gets banned here. Because if not, that will be a problem. If you
they have to take it away.
ThunderTalk.
They have to take the Ashe away and allow the Kai'Sa to be picked here by Andran. They have no other choice here for ThunderTalk. The Ashe pressure is just too high, especially under the hands here of Xiaoma. But
just targeting down that tone and taking away 3 junglers. Kha'Zix, Xin Zhao, and all. Oh, actually make that 4, including the Volibear. Which brings us to the question: what would KB? Are they going for? Okay, there's still an Aatrox, so all those investments are for nothing. Now, if you're ThunderTalk, are you confident to run the Ashe bot lane with a mid lane, possibly a double marksman composition? Because, well, they kind of need the burst damage, right? And
yeah, they need it.
The only doers. Okay, so this should be a Jace with a marksman for sure.
It should be. I mean,
unless
they go the default to Ziggs, Soil is just such a fan of this champion and is so good with this as well. So one more in terms of burst. Varus.
Okay. That's okay. But I think this is okay. This is also okay for me. Like, they have to find a way to be able to control this Aatrox. But this is again KBG going back to the Ashe pickup, which has been answered before by Olaf. But ThunderTalk locking down the Wukong second pick did not give that as an option for them. So now ThunderTalk is saying that, hey, you know what? We're going with what we are comfortable with. We're going with the Kai'Sa in the mid lane for Z, and Soil going with the Ziggs. But the biggest concern that I do have for ThunderTalk's chances right now is, of course, that pick by Xiaoma. That hooded arrow girl, like Ashe.
Yeah.
Oh man, her enchanted crystal arrows has been so good ever since it got picked up by KBG during the regular season. Up until now, man, Xiaoma has been a beast. The champion.
On point, on the arrows, every single time, especially in this series. ThunderTalk, they need every bit of strength that they have left in their tank to muster it out against KBG. Because right now, this is a team that is defying the attempt here of ThunderTalk to take them down, to move them from their spot.
If anything, those enchanted crystal arrows, if it ever hits the Garen, going to be not as impactful, because we all know that the Garen is one of those champions that does have innate innate tenacity to really negate all those long stunts coming from the opponent. And this is also Shin going back to his comfort pick. But again, like if you are KBG, I mean, you look at all the champions, it's so clear that they got all the comfort picks that they need to really catapult themselves into the next round, especially knowing that this Fiora by KG has been one of the reasons why KBG is so formidable during the group stages.
And this time ThunderTalk is looking to accelerate the game through this Ziggs pick. Tower takedowns are gonna be easier a bit here on the side of ThunderTalk, especially with the SMY helping out Soil in the laning phase.
Sure.
KG will need to give some space, at least for the meantime. So the other Dragon laners actually work around in top lanes, and Shin is gonna have a harder time for sure, especially with the slow of the Ashe, you being there as well. KBG having answers all the time, this time in the series.
But this, again, is a lane swap that is so beneficial for ThunderTalk. Because if you think about it, like, who would you rather have? A Garen on the weak side facing against two members, or a Fiora that is so defenseless, right? Like, you would take the Garen almost every single time. Mainly because he has enough HP to survive all those dives, and all you have to do as a Garen is to spin to get those minions. Meanwhile, if you're a KG, you can just get bullied right on the get-go. And you see here X-Buy helping the two members of ThunderTalk. They might be able to destroy this tower. We have to remember the Satchel Charge can execute towers. Can they do it just in time? Level 3 Soil. Oh man.
Wow. It's just so fast. First blood though gonna come through in the top lane, but we do see the fastest first tower takedown. Previously it was a little above 3 minutes, but now it's 2 minutes by ThunderTalk. Definitely one way to accelerate this game.
For sure.
Xiaoma and Yu trying to answer back, but it's not the same as a Ziggs.
And what we are sure of is that it's the fastest tower takedown of the playoffs. Ziggs plus the Rakan. We have to remember, the tower in the bot lane is also the more vulnerable one when it comes to resistances as well during the early stages of the game. That's just how the game was developed. And so now Shin will have an easier time to handle KG. The threat is on the top side as well. Oh, Yu trying to get his hands onto SMY. There you go. Whoa, nice satchel.
Perfect. Oh man, the whole intent of KBG trying to dive onto Soil and SMY was negated. The World Enter was actually casted by Natan as well, but nothing that he can do at this point since the initiation was cancelled.
And SMY's win rate on the Rakan is 90%. Demolish, by the way, is his go-to just to help out his laner secure. Oh, there you go. The problematic arrows.
There's a follow-up as well into the isolation. Quickness into the flash. He tries to
he
kill.
survives!
And he survives! How does that happen? Killer Instinct gonna be used. One more auto attack to do the trick. That initiation was countered flawlessly by SMY and Z.
And so now Z and everybody from ThunderTalk knows that they're in the lead tempo-wise. Not enough damage coming from KBG. And what punishment coming from ThunderTalk. We'll look as to how SMY did it again. Oh man, like Yu played it perfectly. But not enough damage coming from Unrun 9 and Yu. No ignite as well, I don't think so. Because even the Hunting Fruit was able to heal back SMY so well. Oh man, that's so bad if you are a fan of KBG.
And one of the downsides of having double marksman is that the Ziggs ulti damage is gonna be so threatening come the later team fight. Just one ult, you will be needing to go back into the base. Plus you have to consider the Void Seekers as well by Z. Oh man.
He's going full AP this game as well, which is okay. But I just am worried because this Alistar and Aatrox can just build magic resistance that can mitigate not just one champion. but also two champions, because you look into Z, he's going for Muraman. Oh, arrow, sneaky one. Okay.
Ooh.
But Z, quick to his feet. This is not the same start that we saw from KBG during game number 5, in where they just perfectly executed this Ashe composition. ThunderTalk is just ready and is now taking an objective on the top side that will just accelerate the game further.
And immediately take this RH. That way they can at least get one objective and still have time to contest this. First dragon by KBG. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be dealing a bit of damage here onto the Thon, immediately cancelling him out. And KBG might need to give this dragon away.
Oh, 2 objectives at 5 minutes.
Wow.
ThunderTalk. Oh man, this is problematic for KBG. We all know that their scaling is good, but your scaling is only as good if you can make yourself relevant towards the late game. And it does look like the ThunderTalk was able to get the necessary lead in the early game to have a comfortable mid game here in this pivotal game number 7. A do or die, Kyung. I cannot believe my eyes right now. ThunderTalk, of all the games, this is the game that they were able to secure 2 objectives at 5 minutes.
That was just a perfect outplay in terms of mind games by ThunderTalk. KBG is used to ThunderTalk contesting the dragon, so they took their time starting it up, setting the vision first. But ThunderTalk actually started the RH and then cancelled out the take there of KBG with just one play through the Mega Inferno Bomb of Ziggs here, of Soil. And they took both. Oh man, this team keeps on evolving as well. XY is leading the gold alongside with Soil and Z.
And you look at Shin. I mean, you look at Shin. He's at the bottom of the standings when it comes to gold. It doesn't matter though. It's a Garen.
It's a Garen that all he needs is to drop down the sword and he will have the impact in the fight. And he will continue to threaten that on the taunt as well.
3 towers, Gyung, netting them a 4K gold lead advantage. ThunderTalk is all business in game number 7. Wants to walk the talk and wants to press on and threaten to eliminate the reigning defending champions. Early vacation for KBG. ThunderTalk wants it.
Yeah, they're basically putting them right now in a spot wherein they are not comfortable being at. KBG is used to being the one taking control, being the ones making the outplays, but ThunderTalk is just out macroing them at this point.
With the Ziggs, it is pretty certain that that mid lane is not going to go down anytime soon. We all know that, you know, when it comes to composition that has the Ziggs, first lane, mid lane tower lasts like a lifetime, right? Like, we have seen games in where at 18 minutes the first lane mid tower is still alive just because of the Ziggs. And this game is not going to be any different if ThunderTalk does not mess up any team fight in the next few minutes. Oh, he might die.
They don't find. Good flash as well by Soil. So now KBG is overextended at this point. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be dealing that much damage, but a good knock-up. Yeah, indeed. As now Z follows through with the damage with the cat, and then after casting that Killer Instinct, they got one as well. KBG, that initiation again countered.
Shauma hitting the arrow doesn't matter. Not enough damage, not enough crowd control to get their hands onto the primary targets. They had the perfect idea. Soil getting hit was definitely a plan that KBG wants to do over and over again. Hold that thought, KG might die here.
Yeah, Grand Challenge healing helped out KG survive for so long as well, but to get the 1-for-1 here for ThunderTalk. Now they fall back, arrow connecting here on the Soil.
He got knocked
but SMY is there for the follow-up. Damage is pure from the taunt as well. And they got 2 in exchange for just 1. KBG still finding avenues of opportunities here.
Okay. No dragon available yet. We still have to wait for a few more seconds before that Infernal Dragon spawns up. So if you're ThunderTalk, it's okay, right? Like, it is because of KG just fooling Shin and hiding inside the bush. Immediately, Grand Challenge got popped. Was able to kill down the Garen. A very starved Garen, to say the least. And although we saw a return kill, this arrow finally connecting onto a flashless Ziggs means one thing. It's death.
Oh yeah. KBG Again, this is still a team that when they find an angle that they can work around, where they take it without hesitation. The ThunderTalk needs to be extra careful, even if they're the ones leading this game right now.
You look at Yu. He has a perfect flank position. Oh man, if he ever finds Soil, we have to remember Soil does not have flash here. Even SMY is a good target. It doesn't. You look at Yu. Oh my god, perfect spot for Yu to start a team fight.
Yeah.
ThunderTalk does not know. They don't know.
They don't know. Soil can be met, but the arrow actually connects here on this mid side instead. SMY gonna be the target, but actually not a good sign here for KBG. ThunderTalk recollects himself. He took so much damage. So does Shama, almost getting killed off right there just because of the pure damage of ThunderTalk.
Literal 1 HP. But the second dragon towards ThunderTalk without a fight even happening. Oh man, KBG wanted to start the team fight through Soil, but ThunderTalk was able to force them to take that team fight in the mid lane, in where the positioning from the All-Star was not as perfect. Had it been that Soil was the target,
yeah,
it would have been a better option, right? Because we all know that for Soil does not have a flash in that engage, and there you go. I mean, Quicksilver Ancient also available to Z means that he's a harder target to assassinate. So if you are Yu, you have to find Soil. You have to tell KBG, it's not going to be Z, it's going to be Soil.
Yes, and why? Taking a bit, but Megan for the moment doing the refuse. Gonna be the first one to fall down. As ThunderTalk doesn't hesitate anymore. They're not pulling the punches anymore against KBG.
Yu down for a good chunk of seconds means that ThunderTalk does have more time to infiltrate the territory of KBG, plant down the vision, and KG is now being chased by all the members of ThunderTalk. Good thing KBG is there to respond, and KG is also quicker than we expected, was able to survive that potential all-in by ThunderTalk. But still, this is what you get whenever you get one pick, right? You get vision around their jungle quadrants. You are also able to take away resources as well. Blue buff joining ThunderTalk. Gold lead slowly ballooning in favor of ThunderTalk. And KBG is on the precipice of getting eliminated.
Yeah. This is the same situation in Game 1 and Game 4. And this time, ThunderTalk again making sure history repeats itself in the scenario that they are in right now. Oh man, the damage just on the edge. 1/3 of HP of Andran completely chunked off.
And also that Shama arrow onto the Garen, right? Like, just as long as the Garen does have the courage, with one press of a button, he was able to mitigate that long duration into just 1 second. Oh, SMY?
Should be fine though. He can just work his way towards his teammates. He can take some damage as well because he has a Warmorg's armor to regain his health back to full. But KBG, they cannot afford to be chunked down because this is a team that is so squishy. And if Yu pops that unbreakable will, he has to fall back.
Next by is playing with fire right now. SMY, Yu.
They want the Alistar. The arrow comes through. Damage on the backline though. Oh man, just one Mega Inferno bomb. And then they immediately shoot back away. Yeah.
Man. Okay. Continued spokes coming from ThunderTalk, but the threat of a steal is always there for KBG. SMY being there. Oh man.
They need to turn. SMY is taking too much damage. Has to pop in the stasis. Shin as well has to fall back. The threat of the steal remains. And they just walk away.
ThunderTalk. Oh man, like that's a barren pit in where I was holding my breath for a good 4 seconds. Because I know that if ThunderTalk, oh no, Z, Quicksilver. Oh, okay, all right, okay.
That would have been a nightmare if ever you give your life for just the war.
And we have to remember that Quicksilver here in Wilder does give you that small window of immunity to crowd control as well, like 0.25 seconds. So it doesn't have to be like the Captain Jack QSS that we remember from our league PC days. You can just pop it if you know that it's going to hit you. And it's a lot easier, a lot less riskier to do so. 3 dragons being threatened by ThunderTalk, so this is a safer play. At least it's not going to be inside the Baron pit.
I think it's gonna be fine. Whatever happens, a flash immediately just because of that Mega Inferno Bomb. And now Shaman doesn't have it anymore. Grand Challenge is gonna be used here onto XY. They're threatening the backline as well, but good knock up there by SMY. Killer Instinct, Andron's dead. Shaman's gonna be next. One more auto attack. Z's gonna do the trick. And now ThunderTalk, complete control of this fight. The Thun tries, but it's not gonna be enough. KBG loses 4, and ThunderTalk will get this Drake.
It might just happen here, Kyung. KBG, the team, the number 1 team from the group stages, the defending champion. Oh, ThunderTalk is going for the push.
There's the shield. KG is desperately trying to defend. The Gargoyle Enchant is casted, but it's not enough to sustain the damage. They still have the cannon. They still have the shield. Looks like KG is gonna do it again. He's able to defend.
Oh, man. Oh, that's massive! Another kill! Oh, Shin was able to avoid the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but that's a massive swing for KBG. Now they can go straight to the 3rd dragon, maybe even take the Baron! KBG still alive in this game.
They got too greedy once again. They wanted to close. They ditched the dragon. Big mistake for ThunderTalk.
And now the Baron is open for the taking. Yeah. Members of ThunderTalk is still dead. 5 seconds on the Rakan, 13 seconds on the jungler, and this is an easy Baron for KBG. ThunderTalk, what happened?
What happened, ThunderTalk? You had it on the line, you had everything, but right now they are going to be threatened once more. Baron's going to be taken here by KBG, but an exchange of at least 1 kill. ThunderTalk trying now, desperately bashing the base as well. XBY is here in the mid lane. But it looks like it's just gonna be that 1 kill.
The clincher. The win rate of ThunderTalk at that point after winning that team fight, and had it been that they secured the 3rd dragon, would be close to 95%, maybe even 98% win rate. Now KBG was able to reverse their fortune. Looks like that the Wild Rift gods is not done with KBG yet and does want to help them at least survive 1 more series. But it's all up to them. They're still in the deficit. This Baron will slow things down for sure. ThunderTalk though still is in the lead.
Still not done. It's not gonna be that easy to take down KBG. And ThunderTalk, they make a big mistake once more. This time the Mega Inferno Bomb is not gonna do the trick to sway the members here of KBG to push back the waves. Arrow this time hunting for soil. XBY fortunately was there, but finally after 18 minutes, like what you mentioned, the tower in the mid lane falls.
Baron buff is still good for 2 waves. Elder Dragon just has spawned. If KBG gets the Elder Dragon, oh man, that will be the most unprecedented outcome of all. Because we know we have been crowning the ThunderTalk as the Kingslayer. They took down WBG. They were on their way to take down KBG. Oh man, but with a reversal, KBG was able to defend their Nexus and is now threatening this Elder Dragon. This arrow, is it going to connect to anyone? It won't hit anyone. But the fact remains, KG is now even threatening the side lane, and Garen cannot do a thing.
This is the advantage that they have right now. Z is going to be joining the top lane onto Shin, but again, that's an opportunity for KBG to work around in this Elder Dragon pit. Vision established by ThunderTalk, but it's about to expire as well.
Alright, all in by Yu. Not really the best target. We all know that Yu, he's being disregarded by ThunderTalk. ThunderTalk doesn't mind to engage on Yu, you know, in this game. Oh, hold that thought. SMY, too far from his team.
No.
Might die.
Yeah. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be forced to flash away. Still gonna be fine. But KBG again, an opportunity has been presented to them, and Shin will fall. KG reigns supreme. They get the pick. Z is looking for the hunt. spots the ward, but Elder Dragon is being started. KBG, they want to pose for the numbers advantage. If they get this, they win the game, they win the fight. They got the kill onto the Rakan. No more threats as they focus on the Wukong. And the Elder Dragon is going to be taken. KBG will get this objective.
Oh, that might have been it, Kyung. Oh, the gods of WRL joining the defending champions, proving once again that if you play with your fortune, if you play with your food, things like this can happen. KBG gets to secure the Elder Dragon. And more importantly, they were able to get it on not just one, not just two, but all their members, 4 members with the Elder buff, plus a Baron buff. ThunderTalk is in shambles.
To think that before this happened, ThunderTalk possessed 7,000 gold lead, 2 dragon stacks that should have been 3 dragon stacks, and they were at the point to push the Nexus.
Yeah, we look into that replay, and this is again recognizing the fact that one of the champions from ThunderTalk is on the top side. It's just easy picking. They don't even have to focus down the champions. All the AoE damage coming from Xiaoma and Unrun 9 is actually enough. I mean, Soil here, you may have enjoyed majority of the game, but now that we are online, now that the double marksman is online, Unrun 9 is not going to hesitate anytime soon.
Yep.
ThunderTalk, man, is a heartbreaker, not just for them, but also to all fans of ThunderTalk. Crazy game.
This time, KBG is not falling down without a fight. Now they have found the opportunity to strike back, to get the last laugh. ThunderTalk on the brink of destruction. All 3 lanes being threatened here by KBG. Shin having a nightmare in the top lane. See too much damage from Anran and has to fall back. Anran taking a bit of a damage though from that Void Seeker. Shin gonna be in trouble. Grand Challenge gonna be immediately is dead. The Elder Dragon doing a thing here for KBG. They find the backline though. A Soil dealing a lot. XY as well with a Cyclone doing the trick. Now 2 members remaining on the side of KBG. They just need to fall back. Good repose to negate the damage. ThunderTalk is still alive.
Yeah, they're still alive, but we have to remember those inhibitors won't respawn. So ThunderTalk does need to push something to equalize something, right? Like, oh, we're already past the 19-minute mark, and you look at Daton. He wants to cut the wave. He wants to either backdoor or cut the wave. Soil is going to be here to face him. Oh, man. Daton going for the World Ender. Oh, this is crazy. What a game so far, Kyung. Game number 7 between ThunderTalk and KBG.
Flash gonna be invested by SMY. They want to chase him down. XY is here as well. The flash by Daton. I don't think it's gonna be enough. But again, this is the risk that ThunderTalk is willing to make just because of the situation that they are in.
Alright. Now that the jungler is down, can they threaten the Baron? 3 waves pushing in favor of KBG. All KBG needs to do is to remain patient, to not risk it, to wait for the waves to push in, and to ride the fact that they have a Fiora that does have the Hullbreaker that will never get challenged by Shin. KG has been the key point in this potential victory for KBG. Never mind Shaman's Arrow, never mind Unrun 9. KG has been, you know, that lone spark in KBG's dark mid-game. SMY with a desperate play though. Oh no, quickness not amounting to anything. Oh man.
But look at the waves. ThunderTalk is building a huge wave right now to at least get some time to start this other dragon. And this dragon is gonna be easily taken down by ThunderTalk if ever they prevent KBG from having access to it, at least for like 10 seconds.
Oh, but as soon as they spot XBio on the top side, that means that, you know what, they lack a member here and we can initiate anytime we want. SMY getting hit by the arrow, but Shin is going to be the target.
Chasing him down. He is gonna be fine. Finally, XBio passed his way here. But again, it's a ticking time bomb. KBG can just patiently wait.
Unrun 9 playing with fire against Z.
Whoa!
Oh, can he do it? Mid-diff!
Mid-diff, is it there? Z unsuccessful in getting that pick off. Inferno Bomb gonna be missing the target as well, but now they turn. Yu is gonna be engaging with a double knock-up, but it's not enough to get anything right now. The Elder Dragon's being taken down. X-Spice spinning to win, and KG trying to threaten for a kill, but looks like it's still one in trouble. Right now, they're taking this without hesitation. The Dawn trying to reach for the skies, but now the Elder's gonna be taken. Topside though, that's a big wave, and KG is there.
Oh no, KG can just hit the Nexus. Like 3 hits is enough for sure. 1, 2, 3,
race! Elder Dragon! KBG remains in this tournament. They will remain in this tournament. Moving to the lower bracket finals, waiting to whoever wins between Nova Esports and J-Team. What a game, man. What a series.
I have no words, man.
Holy moly! Holy smokes!
I have no words. Like, what a game. KBG still ending up winning. That was a game. That was a very difficult game to win for sure for ThunderTalk. Like at that point with 3 inhibitors open with the super mains crashing down the Nexus. It takes and the fact that it's a Garen that doesn't have really the best wave clear is going to be problematic on their side, but KBG against all odds going to advance towards the next round. And mind you, like that win may have just put them towards the final stage, because we have to remember, if there is a team that we kind of have heralded as a potential Kingslayer, it should have been ThunderTalk Gaming. But now that ThunderTalk Gaming is out of the way, who is there to stop KBG in the lower bracket? I just cannot imagine any team to be able to withstand the pressure coming from this team, especially with this momentous win that they were able to do. Crazy game.
Absolutely a devastating loss as well by ThunderTalk. They were this close, so close to winning and dethroning KBG as well. And it all boiled down to that Elder Dragon. It started off with that ambitious move to end the game, but it happened twice already. That's the second time that it happened, man. And ThunderTalk should have known that the wiser choice was to take the third dragon instead, because there was still just one member left to defend, and it's the same member of KBG. KG, again, this guy is just the last straw, the last stand here for KBG, and also the only person to end the game.
Yeah, of course, he was the last bastion of hope for KBG, and KBG, it took them 7 games to win the series, and even in that last game, I'm not convinced. I'm definitely not convinced. Like, ThunderTalk had it in the bag. We know this, Giyang. Like, you focus down the third dragon, you get all the stats that you need. You maybe even just go and refocus on towards the Baron. It will be easy picking from there. Like, at that point, they were like 5k, 7k ahead of the opposition. But you know what happened there, Giyang? You know what happened there? They let KBG cook. And they let them cook. Yeah, they let them cook. And KG was the head chef. He cooked that game to perfection, to the T. And KBG advances. Meanwhile, ThunderTalk faces early... actually, not faces, but is now eliminated from the playoffs.
They will be bidding goodbye after having one of the, I guess, one of the saddest outcomes here in this match. Because, again, it should have been their game. Two times, actually. It should have been their game. Was stolen. They got too greedy. They got too ambitious. And that's the difference maker, actually, of KBG. Through experience, they exactly know what to do in every sort of situation, because they've been there time and time again. And this team does not disappoint.
Oh man, I still cannot believe my eyes, Giyang. Okay, so one thing to break, or one thing to note is that if it was the Baron buff, maybe, just maybe, ThunderTalk would be able to defend the base because, again, empowered recall, shorter duration with that recall. Important to note as well that in order for you to defend against all those pushing waves, you need, sturdier minions, and that is where Baron buff would help. But we have to remember that they were able to secure the Elder Dragon buff, not really the Baron buff. KG ends up winning the MVP off of a very formidable play. Like, he was the last bastion of hope for KBG. He was there defending by himself, was able to save the Nexus, was able to get the tower on the top lane, and was able to hit that final nail in the coffin of ThunderTalk. We say goodbye, we bid goodbye to ThunderTalk. Now the lower bracket kings has been dethroned and will now join KBG. So the true kings apparently was KBG.
Yeah. They evolve one last time, and they will be remaining in this tournament as well. Props to ThunderTalk. This is still a team that has a lot of potential, and the only reason why they lost is that big mistake that KBG definitely taught them a hard lesson, maybe for their lifetime as well. This team will proceed to the lower bracket finals, waiting for whoever loses between Nova Esports and J-Team. And this is a match that is prepared for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we're going to cast tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a classic once again, because tomorrow's matches will be featuring Nova and J-Team. You know what this is? This is a rematch of the Icons Global Championship. It was Nova Esports facing against J-Team. J-Team remembers for sure. They know that they were so close in winning the Icons Global Championship, and we have to remember, right? Like, Nova, after winning the Icons Global Championship, was able to get their own skin line, and J-Team could be saying, it could be us. It could be us, getting our own skin line. It could have been us, for sure. So tomorrow, let's invite our viewers, our friends, or to all viewers out there, please do share the stream. Let's enjoy this with our friends, our family, because that intense Game 7 showdown may just re-happen tomorrow in the clash between Nova and J-Team. Yeah.
Oh man, thank you so much to all the viewers that stick around till the very end. Thank you so much to Riot Games, VNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this event possible. It is gonna be the upper bracket finals tomorrow. Congratulations to KBG. Good night to you everyone. We will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.